World. Welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Sports Bass live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel on the X platform. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there. Well, last night was an epic performance ineptitude is what I'm looking to say. It was an epic performance in ineptitude. The Phillies were out of it from the first inning. Taijuan Walker, 4 runs in the first, couple more in the second and third. It was 7-0 before basically you looked up and said, this game's over with this offense. Offense snoozing still. It's like a hibernating bear. You're just waiting for the hibernation to end for the Phillies offense. The pitching not great last night either. Their starting staff is supposed to be the strong suit of this team, and it has not been great. You're hoping that Andrew Painter, who makes his Phillies and Major League debut today, can turn things around. We'll get into the Phillies. That loss last night, I mean, really, there's not much more you could say about it. It was sloppy play, no offense, bad pitching. Rob Thompson got ejected in the first inning, mind you. And I know the Rob Thompson haters were out last night celebrating that Thompson was ejected, that Don Mattingly could maybe help them out. It got worse after Thompson got ejected. It was just an awful night. It was an awful night. Sloppy defense, I thought, played a big role in the game. Bad at bats, facing a pitcher that no one's ever heard of before, as usual. A guy that no one's ever heard of, shuts the Phillies down. I mean, second verse, same as the first. You know, this run it back theme through the first 4 games anyway has certainly been not surprising. It's what many of us expect with this team. You look at last night, the one number that has stood out to me that has not changed at all this year is the amount of times this team has struck out. 9 more times last night, including 6 times from the top 4 in the order. 6 of your 9 strikeouts have come from Turner, Schwarber, Harper, and Bohm last night. 2 more came from Kemp. The bottom of the order is getting on base, and then the top of the order is coming up with runners on, and they can't get anything going. The runners in scoring position numbers for this team through the first 4 games of the season are comical. Comical. 5 for 33 with runners in scoring position this season. And it's not like, hey, Turner, Harper, and Schwarber are getting on base and then nobody's doing anything. No. The bottom of the order is getting on base, and then the top of the order can't get anything going. It's the Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Harper, those 4 guys. Now, I know Schwarber hit the home run on opening day and Bohm hit the 3-run home run on opening day, but without that part of the lineup hasn't done anything. With runners in scoring position last night, the Phillies went 0 for 11. Harper 0 for 3. Conversely, the Nationals were 8 for 22. We're talking about the Nationals. The Washington Nationals went 8 for 22 with runners in scoring position. You went 0 for 11. They had 22 opportunities with runners on base last night. When does the Phillies offense wake up? Is it time to hit a panic button? Of course not. Of course it's not time to hit a panic button, but what I will say is this. Taijuan Walker, I can't stand at the end of a night when you have to say, oh, I got to give Taijuan Walker a lot of credit. He went out there and took one for the team last night. For $18 million, getting the old taking one for the team doesn't do it for you. He had to take one for the team because already through 4 games, your bullpen is getting taxed. Jonathan Bolin last night, he didn't pitch well. The only guy that was positive last night in the whole game was Meza. Alvarado was awful last night. There was 2 positives in the game last night. Mesa, 2 innings, 2 strikeouts. He pitched well. The only other positives I can come from is that Marchand came up in the 9-hole and hit a home run for you last night. And I have talked a lot about, I think Marchand should get more time, and I think Marchand would be every bit as good for this team in the 9-hole or down at the bottom of the lineup in the 8-hole as JT Realmuto. Right now, the Phillies have $18 million wrapped into Taijuan Walker. They have $15 million wrapped into JT Realmuto for 3 more years, so that's $45 million. They've got $20 million throwing it out the window at Nick Castellanos. So think about that. $38 million in Walker and Castellanos plus $15 million for Realmuto. Not to mention the Turner, Schwarber, and Harper number that you keep writing checks for. So far from those guys, 167, 125, 063, and Bohm is at 143. Brandon Marsh should never play center field in a Major League Baseball game ever. Now, I give Marsh credit. He's hitting. He's up to 417. Remember in the month of April last year, he didn't have 1 hit. So Marsh has gotten off to a good start, but he can't play center field. You've got a pitcher like Taijuan Walker who needs every single out he can get. You can't put a JV center fielder in center field on a day when Taijuan Walker's pitching. The Phillies have been an absolute disaster through 4 games. Outside of opening day, where they got a couple of big home runs, it's been the same old story and the same old song and dance. Strikeouts, runners in scoring position, left on base. They left 10 runners on base last night. It is extremely frustrating to watch this team play baseball. And listen, I had them winning 98 games, and maybe I'm off, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not hitting the panic button. Their offense will turn it around at some point. But it is extremely frustrating to know that this team has not fixed any of the issues that it has had to further their offense. I know their offense will go bananas for 2 weeks where they score 7, 8, 9 runs. But it's not sustainable. We know the lack of consistency is the problem for the offense, and it's why you can't buy into the team. And if you're John Middleton and you're watching this, I know it's only 4 games, but Painter's pitching tonight. You're putting a lot on this kid's shoulders. You're 1-3 in your 6-game homestand. You're now going to a kid who, admittedly, is a very, very, very high-level prospect. And you're saying to this kid, you can't give up a run in the first inning. Because last night you gave up 4, and as soon as you're down 4-0, you know what happens? The Boo Birds come out, and every at-bat, the intensity goes up and up and up. And then the next thing you know, you go down in order in the first inning, and then Washington scores again, and now it's 5-0. And then you go down in order in the second inning, and then Washington scores 2 more, and now it's 7-0. So it's 7-0, and you basically don't even have a hit yet. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Terry chimes in, says, not for nothing, but Justin Crawford gets to some of those balls in center. Could have been 10-2. Yeah. The center field situation's a mess. And this has to do with Rojas. You know, Rojas obviously got the suspension. He probably would have made the team. Maybe he's playing center field. Not that that makes anybody feel any better if Johan Rojas is in the lineup. But I would imagine in a world of the irrational fan, you might have met one or two in this area. I would imagine on the scale of 1 to 10 of irrationality, people are at about a 9.5 4 games into the season. And, quite frankly, you have every right to be irrational right now. Uninspired. It looks like a team that is almost at terms with they're not good enough. Like they're tired of hearing same story, run it back, all the stuff. Trey Turner, late in the game, horrible at bat, seems so disinterested. Trey Turner is probably one of the toughest guys. He was 5th in the MVP balloting last year, which I can't even believe. But he is I don't even want to say an unlikable guy. There's just nothing about him that you're like, oh man, Trey Turner, just love watching this guy play. He strikes out, swings at the pitch outside away, bang, down to his knee, and just looks completely disinterested. Schwarber struggling along. He's got 8 strikeouts, by the way, Schwarber. He hits the big home run, and that's what everybody remembers. 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts last night. Harper, everybody remembers everything he does right now because he's Bryce Harper. Well, he was 0 for 5 last night, 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. The only guy last night, Garcia, had a pair of hits. Other than that, you had 2 from Marsh, 1 from Marchand. 13-2, 17 hits pounded out by the Nationals last night. You know who they didn't get a hit off of? Actually, they did get a hit off of Dylan Moore, who came in the 9th. 4 games into the season, if you had Dylan Moore pitching before Andrew Painter on the bingo card, you were a winner last night. Dylan Moore, a super utility guy, came in and pitched for the Phillies last night in the game. Gentleman by the name of Foster Griffin, who was pitching in the Japanese KBO last season, shut you down last night. Foster Griffin. And by the way, the Nationals, who were going to do an opener today, and they still are, the opener was going to be Zach Littell, who was a right-handed pitcher. The Phillies are so inept against left-handers, the Nationals called an audible, and they are starting a left-handed pitcher today. They're like, man, this team stinks so bad against left-handers, we might as well just keep on going. When the Phillies lineup comes out, we will let you know. But pitching today is P.J. Pullen. Not Dave Pullen, the former Philadelphia Flyer captain. This is P.J. Pullen. He is a left-handed pitcher, and he will start the game today because the Phillies are so bad against lefties that they are just going to continue to spin the ball to death against guys like Schwarber and Harper. And I guess Stott would not be in the lineup again. Maybe he will, because I guess Pullen being an opener probably only pitches an inning or 2. So maybe the Phillies will go with the Stott and Marsh, and I imagine Crawford will be back in the lineup tonight. But the one guy who did hit for you last night, Marchand, I imagine he will not be in the lineup tonight. So, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. And listen, I would say let's give it a month. That's a fair amount of time, maybe even a little bit longer. But the signs are pointing at decline, and that's the concern here. 609-403-0973.
And, Mike, that's why, I was in the same position as you. I talked with a buddy of mine last night. I was saying, hey, I'm not going to fret about this team after the first several games. But then I heard John Kruk say this last night. While people were probably watching the Sixers game during the Phillies post game.
Yeah, I flipped over 4-0. Well, the Sixers, Phillies started at 6:40.
Right.
So we got the first 20 minutes of Phillies by themselves. It was 4-0, went over to the Sixers.
Right, naturally.
Never went back. I mean, I did flip back here and there. Went back, it was 7-0, halftime. Went back to the Sixers. Now, the Sixers are another whole story, which we will get into.
Yeah. But most people might not have heard John Kruk say this. And at first, I was like you. I was like, hey, listen, it's early in the year. This team always starts out slow. They're notorious for being bad hitters early in the year. But then John Kruk said this.
This one was ugly.
It started ugly.
Middle innings, ugly. and the late innings ugly.
Yeah.
So it was just ugly. But all they can do is turn the page.
Yeah, I mean, it's early.
Yeah, but I'm sure this isn't the start that they thought they would get off to. But it's not like you don't have a lot of time to make it up. But they're just, there's some things going on that need to be fixed and need to be, taken care of now so it doesn't fester later into the season.
I don't know what those things are. Somebody just texted in and said, makes me wonder if Nick Castellanos was really the problem. I said, regardless, he wasn't part of the solution. Right. Castellanos, by the way, 0 for 3 last night with 2 strikeouts. He's hitting 111 on the season in San Diego. By the way, Walker Buehler pitched for San Diego last night, 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, so he didn't pitch great either. But Harrison Bader, our old buddy Harrison Bader, I was watching that game last night. It was Castellanos swung at the first pitch, of course, and flew out to Bader. And I said, what could have been, right? Castellanos to Bader with Walker Buehler pitching in the game last night. A lot of our old friends there. But no, Castellanos not part of the solution of the team by far. But he's saying, that some of these things, they fester. What are some of these things he's talking about, I wonder?
And that's why I'm starting to scratch my head, because this is a guy who's in the building, he's around the team, he's a former player. And if he's observing that, I'm kind of wondering, well, what would be festering? Is it the player's approach? We heard before the year, how many times we hear guys say, hey, we're buying into this new approach. We're going to swing and miss less. We're going to be more patient to play. Well, they haven't done that.
Yeah.
Right? Is it the guys were told, hey, this is our strategy this year, and the Harper, Schwarber contingent are not buying into it? Is there maybe a disconnect between the lineup the manager is putting out and what the players want, even though the manager said, hey, we're going to run this lineup because this is what the guys want us to do? Is it maybe something where the organization is saying, hey, we need more from...
I don't know where the disconnect in the lineup would be.
Well, so Thompson, you may not remember, but a couple of weeks ago he said that they're going to go with this lineup because that's what the players want. And we're going to keep running that lineup until, it kind of like exhausting it to see if it works or not. So, is the lineup the problem because the players wanted this lineup and now I
didn't hear him say that, but I can't imagine that the players, like Bryce Harper, for instance, I can't imagine he's going in and saying, hey, Topper, I really want to hit 2, but you keep hitting me 3. I can't imagine that being the case.
I don't know.
They hit Turner, Schwarber, Harper the whole year last year.
Right.
So I can't imagine that being the case. Now, one of the spots that I thought was a little odd is Stott in the 5-hole, but I don't know that would really fit the profile of what you're talking about.
I'm just trying to figure out what the thing that could be a problem.
I mean, unless Bryce Harper is up to bat in the 3-hole and he's already noticing, I'm not getting any pitches to hit because I got Bohm hitting behind me. And they don't really have an answer for that. There's no other answer other than Bohm. Who do you want to hit in that spot? So Bohm is the only answer that can hit in that 4-hole. So outside of doing what I said is putting Bohm in maybe a different spot in the order, maybe in the 2-hole. And then you have Harper with Schwarber behind him.
Right.
The problem there is they want Schwarber to hit in the first inning. And do you want to put Harper in the 2-hole and put Bohm in the 3-hole and have Schwarber
hitting 4,
hit 4, which is what I kind of suggested. This way, Bohm has somebody hitting behind him for protection.
And don't forget,
they just have a imperfect roster because they don't have a right-handed bat to protect their left-handed guys, and it's not getting fixed.
And I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all, but in the WBC, that was the lineup. Harper was 2, Schwarber was 4.
They did that once or twice. They didn't. The WBC team kept changing the lineup around. One day Schwarber led off. One day he hit 4. One day he was hit. I mean, they didn't have a set lineup for the WBC.
It wasn't a set line, but they did it more than a couple times. There were multiple times that Harper was 2, Schwarber was 4. My point is that I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
They also have Aaron Judge there.
They also had Aaron Judge there. That helps a lot. But still, if the Phillies – let me ask you, Mike. How much of the Phillies' problem right now is their own ego?
Their own ego?
The idea that, the players think they're going to everything's going to be fine, and the organization is saying, we have to do it this way, and it has to be that way. Like, do you think there's an issue with these people, like their pride getting in the way?
No, I mean, this is a team that's had a ton of success. I mean, they won 96 games last year. They've been to the playoffs for 4 straight years. I don't sense – the one thing I do sense that could come into play here is last night you're down 4-0. The strength of this team is your starting rotation. You're down 4-0. Well, that's now putting the pressure big time on the area that everybody was already concerned about. Mm-hmm. And I'm imagining the Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, that crew knows that pressure is there. Well, now I'm down 4-0 already. And now I'm down 5-0. Then it's 7-0. So now you're down 4-0. You come up the bat. It's already 4-0 before I've grabbed a bat. So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to make it all up in one inning. So I'm pressing. And I'm pressing. So I think one of the problems right now is their pitching has not been what we anticipated. Outside of Christopher Sanchez, Nola didn't pitch great. Luzardo didn't pitch great. And Walker didn't pitch great. So now every single game, the offense is playing from behind. And the offense already has pressure on them. And now they're playing from behind in every single game. So, yeah, if their starting pitching is going to be what you're getting right now, it's not going to be good.
To which I think some people out there would say, well, in the last 4 days, 2 of those days you've hit against guys who are nobodies, and you couldn't do anything. A guy named Foster Griffin.
Hey, listen, I get it. When you face guys that you never heard of before or guys who were lower into the rotation guys, you do expect to beat them up. Every once in a while, those guys are professionals. They spin a game. It seems to happen all the time against the Phillies,
right, where
you're like, man, we face some guy that no one's ever heard of, and he's got a 6.75 ERA, and then he pitches against us, and he shuts us down. They did beat Nathan Eovaldi. Now, the one problem this team really has, and it's happened over the last X amount of years, 4 or 5 years, they murder right-handed pitching. They can't hit left-handed pitching. You got 5 left-handers in your lineup almost every single day. And when a team throws a lefty, Stott comes out of the lineup. Marsh generally will come out of the lineup. Now you still have Schwarber left-handed, and I know Schwarber hits left-handers pretty well. The problem is you hit left-handers pretty well, but it's still a situation where in a big moment when you would much rather not have to face a left-handed pitcher. Harper, same thing. He's facing a lefty 3 days in a row now. You got Crawford, who's also left-handed, that you've now added to this team. The left-handed pitching thing has not been fixed because they have no right-handed power balance to kind of separate things. So you're constantly asking your left-handers to come up with runners on base, and they're facing a guy who's left-handed. Now, last night the guy's spinning you to death. And it's just not – these lefties, I'm not left-handed. I don't hit left-handed. I don't throw left-handed. So in our mind as a right-hander, you're thinking, why is it so difficult for a lefty to hit a lefty when righties can hit righties at a pretty decent clip? It's because most of the time when you grow up, most of the pitchers that you will face are right-handed. In Little League and high school, very few left-handers will you see. You don't see them as much. But when you get to the professional levels, you are now facing the best of the best lefties. And you never faced the best of the best lefties your whole way through the system. So now these lefties have a really hard time. They have more natural movement than a right-handed pitcher does. And the Phillies lineup is littered with lefties. And so with that, I just don't see how the Phillies organization could not envision the lack of consistency from their lineup day in and day out, especially in a weird situation like right now where you are facing a left-handed starter for now the 4th straight day.
And again, that goes back to me. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, did they just assume everything was going to be fine and then it's not and they don't want to admit it?
Well, they're 4 games in. I think they're assuming that they'll get this back on track, and I don't think they're wrong to assume that, by the way. Phillies lose. We're going to go to the Sixers because I watched more of the Sixers than I did the Phillies. But I think the Phillies
most people did.
Was so bad. The Sixers got bad. Plus, there is good news. The Phillies and the Flyers have 2 big-time rookies making their debut tonight. Which one are you more excited for? Vote at Mike Gill Show. Let us know. Porter Martone, apparently he was on the top power play line at the shoot-around today and was playing with Dvorak and who else? I can't remember who I was reading that they paired him up with, what line he will be on tonight. But we'll have news on that coming up. But Andrew Painter, he will make his much-anticipated debut tonight. Who are you more excited to watch, Martone or Painter? Vote at Mike Gill Show.
Dvorak and Konechny.
Konechny was the other one, yes. So they are putting him right into the mix. It's a lot on a young kid's shoulder. Hey, playoff push right now. We need you. By the way, you're going to the power play 1.
I think it's also a sign to Mishkov. Hey, man, if this guy comes in here and produces, you need to step up your game too, buddy.
All right, the Phillies were bad from the start. The Sixers got bad at the end. We'll talk about that coming up next. At 2:32, while some of you were watching the Phillies implode early last night, I was watching the Sixers implode late. Now, I say implode late. They were down double digits. They fought their way back, went down double digits, fought their way back again. And then, oh, man, the last 3.5 minutes of that game was a masterclass of ineptitude. A masterclass in ineptitude for the Sixers last night. All facets of the game. From Nick Nurse and his rotations last night, which were perplexing. He played 8 guys last night. You know, Maxi's been out for quite some time. He comes back, he plays 40-plus minutes the other night. Then last night, 44 minutes. Late in the game last night, I got Quentin Grimes out there jacking up shots with Paul George sitting on the bench. If this team's going anywhere, I implore you, Nick Nurse, to get Quentin Grimes off the floor. This isn't hard. He stinks. He's good in little spurts, but you can't overexpose guys like that. You got Paul George sitting on the bench and Quentin Grimes out there jacking away. Shot after shot. Poor shot selection. I'm saying, get him off the floor. Horrible. All night long, Miami's playing zone. They're driving and kicking and beating the zone. And then all of a sudden, they decide, hey, I got a great idea. Something's been working. Why don't we scrap it and start just jacking threes up? What are we doing? And then, I mean, it was unbelievable. Tyler Hero, all of a sudden, goes bananas. I mean, he's hitting threes from 40 feet out, pulling up from here, there, and everywhere. I've seen a lot of bad basketball. I've seen a lot of crazy things happen. The last 3 minutes of that game, I can't even believe what I was watching. It was like, are you kidding me? You know, Maxey has been out. You play him 44 minutes, and it looked like he played 44 minutes late in that game last night. Bad shot selections, just bad you got to manage those minutes better. I don't understand how you play 8 guys in the game. Think about this. Miami played the night before in Indiana and got bombed. They're on the back-to-back. You're not. You looked gassed. They looked like they had an extra gear. And if you're looking back at the moment of the game, it's 101-101. The Sixers come all the way back in that game. Embiid hits that turnaround jump shot. It's 101-101. From that point on, you go up 104-101. Maxey hits the 3. All right, feeling pretty good, right? Down the stretch they come. You're up 104-103 with 3.5 minutes left in that game. Then the next thing happens is you're up 107-103. You're up 4 points with 3.5 minutes to go. Close the game out. You close the game out, you're right there. You got a shot for the 6th seed. Hero, 26-footer. Bang. 108-107. Hero. Following a Maxey terrible miss, by the way, Hero hits a 28-foot 3. Now it's 111-107. You go one and done down your end of the floor. Next thing you know, now it's 113-107. Call timeout. Okay. So a minute 35 left in the game. You're down 6. And finally, Paul George enters the game with a minute 35 left in the game for Quentin Grimes. Where the hell was Paul George this whole time for Quentin Grimes. You know when Quentin Grimes entered the game? What are you doing? A minute 35 down 7, you decide, hey, all of a sudden the guy to get back into the game is Paul George? Terrible. Terrible rotations again last night. I don't understand it. You got Paul George who hasn't played for 25 games. He's telling you he's as fresh as a daisy. And I got to watch Quentin Grimes out there. Terrible situation. Horribly mismanaged final 6-7 minutes of that game. A minute 35. It's almost as if he forgot Paul George was sitting there. It was like Paul George like, hey, man, I know you're whining at the refs every 10 seconds, but I'm sitting back here. I'm ready to go back in the game. Okay, fine. 115-107. Awful offensive foul on Maxey. Game's over. You're down 10 with 45 seconds left. On the Maxey foul, then he turns it over. Complete masterclass in mismanagement to end that game last night. And that is the game right there that I give every Sixer fan who says, I can't believe in you, this is who they are. You're right. That game last night is a hideous loss. It's a no pride loss. It's a hideous loss. You're the better team. They're on the back-to-back. You have a situation where you just beat Charlotte. Huge road win. Now you have a chance to get the season series against Miami and basically push them all the way down into the 9 seed. And that's the final 3.5 minutes you give me? And I'm not a big blame the coach guy, but my God, Nurse, last night's game, you finish basically the last quarter with Paul George on the bench. You played Maxey 44 minutes in the game. Your bench last night consisted of Quentin Grimes playing 32 minutes and Kelly Oubre playing 31 minutes. Bona got 14 minutes. Not one other guy played. Watford, Beauchamp, Walker, Drummond, Payne, Lowry, all DNPs. Now, Maxey plays 44 minutes, and he's not playing well, by the way. You needed him out there for 44 minutes last night when it was seemingly he just didn't have it. Payne's a guy that, hey, gives you a little spark. Maxey's not playing well. He played 43 minutes the other night. Maybe I need to get him a little bit of a break, see if Payne's got a little bit of a something tonight. Right? My team is struggling to rebound the ball, as usual. Maybe with 8 guys, maybe I need to pop a guy out there who can give me a little something on the boards. I got beat up on the boards last night, 57-42. How about Jabari Walker's a guy who does all the dirty stuff? How about Drummond's a guy who does all the little, those guys rebound. I need some rebounds. I'm getting pounded on the glass. So I look at Nurse last night. Not tactician. Well, I got to be honest with you. You're playing the zone. You're beating up on the zone on a kick and drive, and then all of a sudden you decide to go 5 out. And by the way, you go 5 out on a night where you're not shooting a 3 all that well. It was just a perplexing final 6 minutes of the game. And it was like, I felt like I was watching a episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I can hear the womp, 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 do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I got 4-0. I got 7-0. I'm down 13. I get back into the game. The Phillies can't do anything. The Sixers take the lead. The next thing you know, womp, 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 do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Quentin Grimes, what are we doing out here? What are we doing? That was a winnable game last night that you coughed up on the road because it was mismanaged. It was mismanaged, and listen, I'm all about riding my guys. Maxey's my guy, Embiid's my guy. George, where was he last night? I know he's at 35 minutes. I need Paul George out there late in the game. His defense, his ability to create. If Quentin Grimes gave me 32 minutes last night, if he played 4 less minutes and those went to George, you're saying, well, George would have been up around 40 minutes. Okay, I get it. But that's because you managed the rest of the game poorly. That game in the pantheon of frustrations, and there's been a lot of them. There's been a lot of pantheons of frustrations. Last night was up there. You know why? Because you could have. You could have had a win on the road that would have meant a little something. No, I don't know what it means in the big picture. I mean, they win last night. They still would be in the 7th spot, but they would be a half a game behind the Hawks and a half a game behind the Raptors. Now, the Raptors play tonight against Detroit. Now, Detroit's coming off a back-to-back. They lost. I watched that game against Oklahoma City last night. What an awesome game, by the way. That's high-level hoops. That's high-level. You watch any of that game last night, Josh? Oklahoma City, Detroit?
I saw the highlights later.
That was a game. That is 2 high levels, and that's without Cade Cunningham, by the way.
Listen, I got to tell you, I don't know if I'm the only person who feels this way. Nights like last night, when you have 2 of my teams that are completely just dropping number 2s on my television, I don't really want to watch any other games after that. Like I want to go find something else. Like,
fair enough. I'm just saying, I like basketball. I like high-level basketball.
I like basketball too, but
well, if you can't appreciate Detroit and Oklahoma City,
I didn't appreciate it.
That's
I'm
a
just
game
that
last night that was high level, high intensity.
I just don't want to be reminded about how much my team sucks because I'm watching somebody else.
Well, Detroit, Oklahoma City, awesome game last night. So Detroit,
2 teams that are actually built like an adult would build a basketball team.
Detroit needs to help Philly out tonight, but they're on the back-to-back. They're playing Toronto. Now, Toronto's on the road. They got to go to Detroit. And Detroit, by the way, they need this game because if they lose the game, Boston is still only 4 back. I get it. They're 4 back with only like 7 to go.
Yeah, well,
but you lose this game, Detroit, you're 3 back with like 7 left. I mean, so they got to seal this deal tonight.
Oh, I know. But, like, here's the thing. Like, Detroit's head coach Bickerstaff and the Thunder's head coach with Dagno. Neither one of them are not playing Walker last night. Neither one of them are playing a Dembona 14 minutes.
By the way, Oklahoma City is playing like 12 guys. That's one of their problems right now is they got too many good guys.
Yeah, well, guess what? Their coach manages everybody's minutes like an adult.
He does, but they are getting a little bit of criticism for the amount of guys. Like sometimes they're like, you got too many good guys, and he's trying to find ways McCain last night played 14 minutes. Of course, came in, scored 7 points in the 14 minutes.
But they're not losing game because they're playing.
No, they're just so talented. But I can understand him having a tough way of trying to manage all of their minutes. But that being said, that was a fun game last night. But you need the Pistons tonight. You're rooting for the Pistons tonight. But if you would have won that game last night and Detroit won tonight against Toronto, the Sixers would be out of the play-in and they would be in the actual playoffs.
True.
All right, more Sports Bash on the way. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, starting tomorrow, it's your first chance to enter to win tickets to see the Eagles play at the Link from Club Box seats. This year's draft party is at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's the Balcony Bar that overlooks the sports book. We will have the Balcony Bar April 23rd. We'll have a pair of tickets to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field. Plus, we'll have an overnight stay. We'll have concert tickets. We'll have Ocean Casino gift cards. Listen tomorrow on the Sports Bash. Your first chance to enter is in the 2 o'clock hour. Plus, we'll have bonus chances throughout the shows. When we come back, the poll question, Martone or Painter? Who are you more excited about tonight? That's next. All right, 252, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Got a lot of people watching on YouTube today, commenting over there, so we'll check out some of the comments on the YouTube screen. Also, the White Horse RV text board. Dan in EHC says Dawn Staley for Sixers head coach, please. I think you're going to be hearing people ask for somebody to be the Sixers head coach. I'm interested to see what happens there if they get knocked out in the first round.
I don't think Dawn's ever leaving South Carolina.
Poll question. Quick one. Easy one.
Simple.
More
Hard,
excited for tonight, Painter or Martone? Andrew Painter versus the Nats, Porter Martone against the Capitals. We're going to talk to Durso tonight to see where Porter was at the morning skate today to see what the anticipation is for him tonight. Like, there looks like they're putting him out there on the top power play, and he was with Dvorak and Konechny.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sound like they're easing him into this thing.
No. And I think part of it is because of the fact that when he was at Michigan State, he was basically treated like the number one A player. So I think that maybe the Flyers are saying, hey, you're the top guy at Michigan State. Let's see if you can come in here and be top guy here.
So you can vote at Mike Gill Show. More excited for tonight, Painter or Porter? Who do you got?
I actually got to say Martone because I did not expect him to be here. And the Flyers only have so many games left. I could see Painter multiple times this year. I'll probably just rewatch the game tonight.
It's his debut. Painter's debut. You've been hearing about Painter since 2023.
I've been hearing about him, again and again.
For me, it's obviously Painter. This is an ace pitcher. This is a possible top-of-the-rotation stud. I've been hearing about the guy since 2023. I want to see what he brings to the table. Porter, obviously, this is, to me, cherry on top of a season that I don't even know what the expectations were. I certainly didn't think he'd be here to help them make a playoff push. So there is a level of excitement that I will flip to. But Andrew Painter gets my vote big time here.
I had to double check. I believe the Phillies game starts again 20 minutes for the Flyers game, like the Sixers last night, correct?
By the way, it's 60-40 right now. Who do you think's winning?
Probably Painter.
Porter.
Really?
60-40 right now. People are more excited about Porter over Painter.
My hockey people coming out.
I like a good Porter every once in a while. Even though I'm an IPA guy, I will go Porter. I like to have one Porter.
Nice.
Like
Touché.
if I go to a place that has a good porter, I will have the porter. But in this instance, I'm going to go with the the eye painter. The eye painter. Coming up next hour, Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag. What can we expect from Andrew Painter tonight? All that and more. Sports Bash. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Andrew Painter will make his much-anticipated debut tonight. His lineup will be Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Stott, Garcia, Marsh, Realmuto, Crawford. The opening day lineup for the Phillies. Andrew Painter, the much-anticipated debut for Painter is tonight. And, of course, they will take on the Nationals at 1-3 after another night of poor pitching, bad defense, and quite frankly, inept offense. We'll talk more about it right now. Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag comes back to us live every Tuesday on the Sports Bash. You send your questions to Frank. Frank answers them on our website, 973ESPN.com, and here on the Sports Bash. And Frank, it has been years in the making now for Andrew Painter. I don't know when he would have made this debut had he not got the Tommy John surgery, but it is finally here. Let's start with that. What is your anticipation for Painter tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good about his stuff. I think he's got a shot to come in and keep the Nationals at bay. I think they'll probably try to limit him to 5 innings. I would imagine that if they got to 5 and they're feeling pretty good, they'll take him out. I think they will try to limit some of his innings, go to the bullpen a little bit earlier than other starters. But, this is his first dip of his toes into the water, and he's got the starting lineup behind him. No subs today, and this will be pretty good. It's a great night to grab a porter and sit and watch the Phillies.
Obviously, things have not gone well for the Phillies. Painter in this number 5 spot in the rotation tonight, making his debut. But there's a lot of pressure on him tonight. The team has not played well. And as you said, maybe 5 innings. Their bullpen feels like it's already taxed this early in the season. Do they need more from Painter tonight?
No, I think you want to go with the plan. I mean, even if you would prefer not to use 4 innings of the bullpen, obviously they were burning Jose Alvarado last night, just to get him some work. So I think some of them, Duran, Alvarado, they can pitch no matter what tonight just because they have not been used a whole heck of a lot. So, but I think you need to stick with his plan, and I think that is to limit his innings, but not take him out of starts. So I think you have to go with that first and foremost, even if it means more bullpen innings, which maybe you would prefer not to do.
Painter, the 13th pick in 2021. When do you think he was slated to make this debut before the injury?
I'm telling you, down at spring training 2 years ago, they were all about him before the injury happened. When he was even 19, they were ready for him to come up to the major leagues. I think they really thought that he had a shot to help immediately. So unfortunately, he had that injury setback. So here we are, and he's finally making his debut. But yeah, they thought his arm was almost major league ready before the injury. Of course, last year he could have made the major leagues had his rehab not maybe gone a little bit off kilter with losing some command. But hey, it is what it is. You know what? A lot of pitchers deal with that surgery earlier in their career. Hopefully this is it for him, and he's ready to go.
He will pitch tonight for the Phils, who obviously got a rough night last night from Taijuan Walker and 4 runs in the first inning. And I don't know what's the bigger story, that fact that Walker struggled along and the starting pitching has been a problem, or this offense is predictably been a problem. The starting pitching has not been very good, though.
Obviously Sanchez was really good. Nola was okay. I mean, if he gives up 3 and 5 innings, they should at least be able to be in that game. And quite frankly, they were in that game, right? They did tie it up late, which was good to see. Luzardo, that was maybe one of his, not one of those 2 blow-up starts he had last year, but certainly that's probably his 3rd worst as a Philly. But then, Walker, he pitches to contact. I didn't like the defense behind him at all yesterday. I thought there were a lot of poor choices made by defenders that aren't errors per se, that really elongated some of that. So, it's the only shame of it is that Andrew Painter needs to make his major league debut on a 3-game losing streak. He would have preferred the Phillies had a little bit more to offer so that there was less pressure. So hopefully he's not feeling that type of pressure that he has to come in and be a stopper already. But yeah, the Phillies offense, I think, let them down more. I mean, they could have won the Nola game. They didn't have to be out of the Luzardo game. Of course, the Adolis Garcia ball in the sun wasn't helpful, but they could have fared better, I think, on Sunday. But yeah, yesterday was just out of hand really early for a number of reasons.
Yeah, and you look at it, he went out of hand last night in the first inning. You're down 4-0, then 5-0, then 7-0. That's not helping the offense break out of the funk, because now they feel like they got to score all these runs back, and then you start gripping the bat. They're already struggling. So I think the 7-run deficit through 3 innings also contributed to the offense's another game of lack of offense.
And it's a shame because this offense can put up a lot of runs. You would like to think that they would not take that attitude, that they would just simply try to get a couple and then all of a sudden get a couple more. And then what do you know? They're back in the game. So I kind of didn't like that from the bats. They just seemed to sort of give up along the way.
All right, Frank, let's get to the mailbag at Frank Klose with a K on the Twitter X platform. All right, Rich wants to know what we all want to know. What do you make of the first 4 games? I know it's only 4 games, but what are we seeing that might linger here?
I think it's still a small sample size. The Phillies will get Zach Wheeler back. Taijuan Walker is going to go back to the bullpen. The bats will have to get going. They're not going to hit 091 for weeks and weeks and weeks. But you don't like to see them start 1-3. But this is a very small sample size. I would certainly expect them to get some of this back. I've heard all kinds of excuses though, Mike. I've heard, the weather's cold. Well, guess when else it's cold? October. So, I never want to hear that as an excuse. And I think it was even Ruben Amaro saying, well, this is still kind of spring training. A lot of them get a lot of at-bats in spring training. They get more at-bats in spring training. I mean, are you saying it's a preparation issue? I don't think that's it either. I do think it's a small sample size. Unfortunately, you don't have somebody like the Nationals have who reaches base 10 times in a row to start the season. But, usually some of these numbers will come up and or down along the way. Unfortunately, nobody's kind of had a super impactful offensive start to get the Phillies rolling. But, yeah, just small sample size. I think you need to see some more games. Maybe start worrying in like 4, 5, 6 weeks. Not really even until June before it gets really dramatic.
All right. Obviously, the offense struggling, and the top of the order really struggling. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, and Bohm. Outside of the Schwarber home run and the Bohm home run on opening day, those 4 guys have been maybe the biggest problem in the offense. You do have a little bit of offense. Marchand hit a home run last night. Marsh had a couple hits last night. Garcia, he had 2 more hits. So the bottom of the order seems to be getting on base. It's the top of the order. Last night with runners in scoring position, 0 for 11. They're 5 for 30-something with runners in scoring position. And a lot of that ineptitude is at the top of the lineup. How much is the top of the order pressing?
I don't know if they're pressing. I mean, not to make excuses, but we've talked in the past. So Schwarber always off to a slow start. Turner always off to a slow start. I mean, are we back to 2023, or are they more what they were last year when, of course, Schwarber had his best offensive season and Turner won a batting title? So, I just got to think that they're just still getting their timing down. And again, I don't think that's an excuse you should make for them, but it could just be what's happening right here. But yeah, they need to be hitting better. I mean, Harper too. Currently, 063, I think is the number right now. But once those 3 get going, then you're going to feel a lot better about this offense. I mean, yeah, Marsh is making a lot of contact. Stott's been making a lot of contact. Crawford's been pretty good in his small sample size. So let's see what happens once those guys get going. They're going to get going.
All right, Michael wants to know why Marsh in center field. Time after time, he's proven he's good in left field, but not in center. He did play center field last night, and you mentioned their defense last night let them down. Maybe a couple balls. I know Rojas isn't here, and that's his own problem. But a Rojas, maybe even a Crawford, Harrison Bader definitely would have caught last night.
Yeah, the problem is not so much that he is a center fielder, because he's the starting left fielder against right-handed pitching, but Marsh is the only backup center fielder they have. I think this is a roster construction issue, right? Obviously Johan Rojas isn't around for some reason. Phillies have Pedro Leon, but he's stashed to AAA. They just signed Oscar Mercado back. If you remember him, he's going to be down to AAA for some extra depth. But I wouldn't have given Justin Crawford a day off yet. So I don't know why they needed to do that. I mean, is there something we don't know? Was he a little tired? I don't know. Maybe there's something behind the scenes we didn't know, but But that leaves just Marsh. So when Crawford isn't playing center, there's Marsh. I personally would have liked to have seen Bader in center, Crawford in left, and then Marsh could platoon in right. But I think the bigger issue is all the platoons. I mean, the Phillies had 3 last year. I know I said a lot last year on this show that I did not like that the Phillies were tying up their roster with 3 different platoons. Even now with 2, you're seeing the problem with that, right? But you have Marsh and Kemp in left, has to be one or the other, and then you have Sosa and Stott at second base. I mean, that's limiting your bench options, right? So every position you have to dedicate 2 players. That's one more position player you can't have on the bench, and so that keeps them from having maybe a defensive center field backup, keeps them from having a big bopper on the bench. So I would like to see the Phillies clean that up a little bit. I mean, we'll have to see how Brandon Marsh does. I mean, Brandon Marsh, he's there for his bat. Last year, really, really rough April, but once he got going, he had a tremendous second half at the plate. So Marsh has to demonstrate that he belongs in that left field platoon, and his offense is not good enough just to justify platooning, but justify the platoon itself. So, well, all eyes on Brandon Marsh this year to see if he's going to be a long-term answer there.
Did have 2 hits last night in the game, so his offense. Remember last year he didn't have a hit in the month of April. So his offense is off to a good start. His defense last night let them down. And you're right, the Rojas thing, I don't know if he would have made the team and would have given Crawford a day off every now and then, but them not having him here, they really don't have another center fielder on the big league roster. So Marsh it is, at least for the time being. And I wonder if they're looking around to see if they can do something about that. But I like your idea. Bader in center, Crawford in left, and have Marsh platoon in right field with maybe Garcia. That probably would have been the best option for this team.
Yeah, that's a little bit extra. They would have been solid. I mean, I think that the shame of it was Bader's price was too high when the Phillies felt like they needed to make a move, and unfortunately they missed out on it. I think if the Phillies could have had Bader on the deal he got, they would have signed him, but he was holding out for a little bit more.
All right, let's go to the next question is from Les, who wants to know if the Phillies get off to a horrendous start, would Rob Thompson be fired? This one's going to come up, I feel like, a lot.
Well, he also mentions a particular name. He's a Buck Showalter fan, apparently. So I don't know if Les is I think Les is a Mets fan based upon other interactions I've had with him on X. But of course, Buck Showalter, everybody knows him as the Seinfeld actor who also managed 4 teams in the major leagues. But look, I think if the Phillies are going to make a change at manager, he's already in the dugout. The Phillies added Don Mattingly, many years experience with the Marlins and the Dodgers. He's there in case of catastrophe. But look, I think it's really early to start saying that. I don't think the Phillies believe they're going to have to go that route. I don't believe the Phillies will have to go that route. It's starting slow, but it's just 4 games. If we're talking like this in mid-June, you saw when the Phillies moved on from Joe Girardi. I think it would have to be that disastrous and in the month of June to make a move. But I think if that happens, the Phillies already have their manager on the bench if they have to make a move.
I would agree. The interesting thing about it is, do you think that much like the Girardi year, if they just said, you know what, we just need to do something different here. We just need a little bit of a shakeup. Is that something you can envision happening?
If they're that bad in June, then absolutely. I think they need to do a lot of things to shake things up. I think they need to make roster changes, and I know that's easier said than done in the month of June because everybody thinks that they are in it at that point, and you're not likely to get a lot of pieces traded. So at that time of year, then you have to start going at what's in front of you, and that's changing the manager. So, I mean, if they are as bad off as they were with Girardi in June, then I think I could see them making the change. But I really don't think that they're going to be in a situation like that. That's just my personal opinion.
All right, Frank Klose, our Phillies mailbag. Of course, you can check that out on our website, 973ESPN.com. The Run It Back podcast, Frank and Tyler Zulli. So far, the running it back has not gone well for them. At what point do you think the pressure starts to hit the front office and that they have to look for something maybe to shake some things up?
I would give it till the end of May at least. I don't think that unless they started out with that opening day victory and then lose like 15 in a row. And again, I think by accident with this starting rotation that you're not going to have losing streaks like that. So I really can't see it reaching that point. I mean, Zach Wheeler is going to come back at the end of the month. It looks like, he's progressing along, had his first start in Lehigh Valley, going to head down to Durham, North Carolina when the Iron Pigs play the Durham Bulls. And then I believe we'll have a start in Reading, and then he could be back. So I think that's the type of change that you will see start to trickle down some effects in the Phillies, because one of those relievers, whoever's not pitching well in relief, they're not going to be there once Zach Wheeler comes back. So some of that stuff will happen and at least show some winds of change if that's what they really, really need.
Well, that'll be interesting when Wheeler is back. When do you think Wheeler will pitch one or two more times at either Reading or Lehigh? I
think just maybe two. He could potentially do two more and then be back. I mean, he's got only 30 days to do it. He's you have when your rehab assignment starts for a pitcher, you only have 30 days till you have to be called up. So that just the fact that he was put onto that rehab assignment is a sign that the Phillies think he's close enough. And if things go well, pitching once on the road and then once in Reading, I think they wouldn't hesitate to call him up.
All right. Who goes? Walker to the bullpen?
Walker will go to the bullpen, and then, we'll see. I mean, it's a small sample size. I mean, I think Kyle Backus is better than he was on opening day. And, Zach Pop, he's been so far. So, I mean, we'll see. I think we need to see them a few more times before we can make that decision. Because
plus you got Kerkering too, that is probably ready to come up at any time now as well.
Yeah, he's in the near future. If they like how he reacts to going back-to-back games, then you could see him soon too. So it's gonna be some tough decisions. I mean, one of the things that could affect it, Tim Meza, for example. He was someone who maybe surprisingly made the roster, but
and he's
I thought he's looked good so far. So I don't want to get rid of him if I'm the Phillies. And so maybe Kyle Backus is the easy one to option. I think they had higher hopes for him, but hey, if you got Tim Meza there, then you've got another lefty. So Backus is the one you can option. Zach Pop will be interesting. He has a contract much like you saw with Garrett Stubbs, where they pay him a lot of money to be in AAA. So if nobody claims him, they might be able to retain him and keep him in AAA at that higher salary. So it's one tactic that the Phillies had to try to keep some of these helpful pieces nearby. So maybe they try to see if they can get Zach Pop through waivers.
Let me ask you this question, Frank, before we get out of here, which is, how long do you think they ride with this lineup construction if they're struggling?
Good question. I think other people need to step up to show that they're worthy of moving up. I mean, if it's a matter of Garcia hitting well and Bohm not, I mean, so far Bohm's been okay. He's made some good contact. Not lighting the world on fire, but Garcia certainly has not been hitting. So I don't know how you change it. So I think let this ride for a few weeks and then see what happens.
And I guess, like you got Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm. Do they move Harper to 2, Schwarber to 3? Do they try to put Bohm 3 and Schwarber 4? Maybe Harper 2. I mean, that top part of the lineup is the one that's really been struggling. Do you envision them tweaking or tinkering that at all?
No, because they've done all this before, right? I mean, last year they reached a point where they flip-flopped Schwarber and Harper, and the results were largely the same. So I think that, again, if you're running it back, you kind of know what you have. I mean, I think it seems silly to just keep flipping back and forth when you know the results are going to be the same. So to me, it's a bigger question. I mean, why we spent so much time talking about the Phillies needing a right-handed bat to bat fourth, why the Phillies tried to get and thought they had Bo Bichette. So that remains an open question. I think the thing that would be best for everybody there is that Garcia shows that he can claim the 4 spot, and Bohm can be more of the natural contact bat that he is and be himself. But we haven't got to that point yet. So yeah, I mean that's something that the Phillies will have to keep an eye on, just because there is no ideal solution. But you know what? Every team in baseball does not have a perfect roster, right? Everybody's got something. So it'd be really interesting to see how this plays out. And by the way, Bo Bichette, I don't know if you heard this, but he's getting boos in New York already.
Yeah. Are you in the camp that JT Realmuto, 35 years old, 3-year, $45 million deal. Are you in the camp that has some concern that he is taking that there's a big decline coming here?
Age will catch up to him. The last 2 seasons, Mike, I've been on the show saying, hey, they need to rest him more. They need to rest him more. They need to rest him more. I mean, I think Rafael Marchand's a very nice catcher. He's very good behind the plate. And hey, he had a little pop the other day. So let's see if he can play more. I think that you'll get more out of Realmuto if you're playing Marchand more. In fact, I think the Phillies were actually comfortable with Marchand starting if they mixed things up a little bit and Realmuto didn't come back. So I think that they should just try to keep Realmuto as fresh as possible, like they did, with the day off after an off day. Try to keep him in tip-top shape so that he performs when he plays. And really see what you have with Marchand. I mean, Marchand could be a major league starting catcher. He hasn't really had the opportunity to play a whole lot. So get more bats from Marchand. And yeah, it's a 3-year contract. I think they're basically the way that they figured it. There was the total amount of money, and if it's 2 years that they paid over or 3, it's still the same amount of money. So I think the extra year was a courtesy more than anything. But play Marchand more. That's what I would do.
I agree. I was in the camp of saying I probably would have saved the $15 million, moved on with Marchand. I think offensively you'll get about 240 with 9 to 10 home runs. Pop time about the same. Maybe Realmuto handles the staff better than Marchand does, and that is important. I don't know that it's $15 million a year more important.
Well, if it's just costing the Phillies money, let them spend all the money they have. I mean, I think the Phillies tried to get the Bichette. They weren't able to get the Bichette for reasons kind of out of their control. The Dodgers kind of put a wrinkle in that with their obnoxious contracts they were handing out. But yeah, I don't blame the Phillies for just spending money. I think it's as long as they're retaining their young players and their prospects, it's just money.
All right, Frank Klose's Mailbag's back again next week. Phil's 1-3. Andrew Painter makes his debut tonight. I'm sure we'll discuss it more right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Frank Klose, everybody. Of course, 11 years, the Mailbag right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. When we come back, it was a dreadful end to the game last night for the 76ers. What did that game do for their playoff chances in terms of making the actual playoffs as opposed to the play-in tournament? We're going to talk to Michael Kasky-Blomain from Trust the Mikes podcast coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and, of course, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show on the X platform, 97.3 ESPN on the YouTube side. Sixers with a loss last night. It was a very winnable game, so it was a very frustrating way to end that game. We're going to break it down. Michael Kasky-Blomain is the host of the Trust the Mics podcast. He also covers the 76ers, longtime Sixers writer, 97.3 ESPN.com. Sixers play the Washington Wizards tonight. You can catch the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll dive into the standings, what the loss meant last night, but MKB, what happened last night?
It was a tough one, Mike, and it's the exact example of why I think people are hesitant to fully buy into the Sixers team, Mike. You had a full health roster. Joel's back. Tyrese is back. Paul George is back. You're playing against the Miami team that has been bad in the month of March, to put it, like, frankly. They've been really
on a back-to-back, too. On a back-to-back.
Second night of a back-to-back, like a team that's been really poor defensively, had won just 2 of their past, 10 games coming into last night. That's a game that the Sixers should have, Mike. You have all your guys out there, and people walked away from that disappointed in Tyrese Maxey's performance, disappointed in Joel Embiid's performance, disappointed in Nick Nurse's performance from the sideline. Like, it was a bunch of errors by all the key contributors that led to that loss last night, Mike, and it's exactly why, you start to feel good about the Sixers, and then they have a game like that last night, and it makes you question how much noise this team could really make in a series in the East.
Let's look at it, MKB. Trust the Mics podcast. Of course, you can get on all podcasting platforms, MKB. You look at what happened last night. You mentioned Maxey, Embiid, Nurse, Paul George, the whole situation. They fought back a couple times from double-digit leads, and they had that game seemingly in control with about 3 minutes left. What happened?
Poor play in the clutch, Mike, and I think that's been something that's been an issue for this team all season. They seem to almost go away from things that worked earlier in the game in favor of heavy isolation ball and having Joel play around the perimeter instead of around the foul line extended area where he was making a killing against that zone earlier in the game. The offense just breaks down and ends up relying on isolation from Tyrese Maxey, isolation from Paul George, isolation from Embiid, and there's no cohesion. Nick Nurse doesn't seem to draw anything up for these guys, kind of just lets them make it happen. And you see it time and again that in clutch time games, they falter offensively. And I thought last night was another perfect example of that.
Well, Embiid got asked after the game, what makes their zone so tough? He says, it's not tough. We were driving and kicking, and it was working. And then they got away from it. They just basically went 5 out. And you're like, okay, is that incumbent upon the players? Like, if it was working, why did did Nurse instruct them to get out of that? Like, that's the weird part about it.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, obviously, the players aren't just going to go rogue and completely change the offensive game plan in the final closing minutes of the game. It certainly seemed like something that came from the sideline. And I thought, Mike, we've talked about Nick Nurse all season. You know where I stand. I thought last night was a great example of why I'm not that high on him. I thought the rotations were weird. Thought Paul George sat way too long in the fourth quarter when he had, Kelly Oubre wasn't having a very good game. Quentin Grimes wasn't having a game to write home about. You have Paul George on the sideline. You have just weird. Justin Edwards gets no playing time. There doesn't seem to be any cohesion.
He went with 8 guys last night
in a game where Tyrese Maxey's fresh off an injury, Joel fresh off an injury, Paul George fresh off a suspension, and you're immediately working these guys too much when you have Justin Edwards is sitting on the bench, Jabari Walker doesn't play. There's other guys that you could factor in, and I just thought it was a mismanagement down the stretch and throughout the game by Nick Nurse.
Dude, I think the Jabari Walker thing, he's a guy that gives you energy. He rebounds. I mean, he gives you the dirty stuff that you don't generally have. He's a guy that should get 12 to 15 minutes. That to me, I agree there. I thought you're right. I thought he went with Grimes for 32 minutes last night over Paul George late in that game. I was thinking, why is Grimes out here and Paul George not out there for George's defense specifically? Maxey, 40-plus minutes the other night, 44 minutes last night coming off of that injury. I too look at some of the rotations and some of the decisions, and really, Edwards played 1 minute. He played 8 guys last night. It just was a perplexing rotation in a game that you had to have? No, but it would have gone a long way to get you out of that play-in.
Especially if you look at the schedule for the Sixers coming up, Mike. They have, obviously, their next game's against the Wizards, but then they got the T-Wolves, the Pistons, the Spurs, the Rockets. I mean, that's 4 straight games against very good playoff teams that are not going to be easy wins for the Sixers. So a game like last night, you're in this tight battle for playoff positioning in the East against the Miami Heat team that, like we said, has not been good. That's one you need to have, Mike, to get yourself in the best position. And I think it's not impossible at this point now for them to climb into a top 6 spot in the East, but I do think that loss last night really hurts their chances of avoiding that play-in tournament.
Well, let's take a look at it. Here it is. The loss last night, you are now a game and a half behind the Hawks. You are a game and a half behind Toronto. Now, Toronto does play Detroit tonight, so that is a matchup you're going to want to keep an eye on. Charlotte plays Brooklyn, so you can pretty much chalk one up for Charlotte. Phoenix and Orlando play. That's a game you want to keep an eye on as well. So for Philadelphia, you're certainly cheering tonight for Detroit against Toronto, because I would think Toronto is your best chance to kind of slip up and maybe pass those guys. But that loss last night, if you would have won that game last night, you stay within a half a game of the Hawks and a half a game of the Raptors, and then whatever the Raptors could have lost tonight, and you would have been in a tie. That loss last night now puts you back to the pack. You're a game and a half ahead of Orlando and a game and a half ahead of Miami. Miami now is the tiebreaker over you. It kind of negates the impressive win they had on Saturday against Charlotte, which you're still 2 games up on.
Yeah, Mike, and that's been the problem all season. It seems like they take one step forward and then they take another step backwards. I thought that Hornets game was a nice win. I think there was a lot of reason for optimism after that. The Hornets are kind of the opposite of the Heat this month. They've been playing arguably some of the best basketball in the entire NBA, winning a lot of games, climbing up the standings in the East. I thought, to go on the road into Charlotte and pull out a win like that was really impressive, and was the type of game that you walk away from being like, hey, like this team could potentially make some noise. And then you see what they did last night at the Heat, and you're kind of right back in the middle wondering, how good is this team actually?
How good is this team actually? Let's discuss that. Michael Kasky-Blomane, MKB, Trust the Mike's podcast. Check it out on all podcasting platforms, on social media. So how good is this team at its ceiling? Okay, we were talking about this on the show the other day. What is the ceiling of this team?
I think, Mike, they have the talent to win a couple playoff series. I did a YouTube video the other day talking about how at full health, I don't think there's any team in the East that you could say that they don't have a chance against in a series. I think they have the top tier talent and the depth to potentially compete with any of these teams. To me, I think Nick Nurse holds them back. I don't think that he's a great coach. I think him being on the sideline is a detriment to this team. And you just worry about the durability of these guys. Is Joel going to be able to remain healthy? Paul George, if they can, I give the Sixers a shot at, getting to the second round, maybe giving a team in the second round a run for their money. But at the same time, I don't think anyone would be shocked if they lose in the first round, given the way this season's going, Mike.
And they wouldn't be favored in any first round series, especially
where they're at now, so far down in the standings. I mean, you're looking at either probably Pistons, Boston, Knicks, one of those teams. They're not going to be favored in any of those series now.
Right. So Pistons, they'll play the Pistons next week, actually. That will be interesting. Cade Cunningham out, and they're still, churning. They beat Oklahoma City with no Cade Cunningham. So it shows you how good that – I think people are kind of looking at that Pistons team of it's Cade Cunningham out. They kind of came out of nowhere. Even with Cade Cunningham, he's really the only top-level scorer they have. When you get to a playoff series, what happens there? Now, Thunder won that game last night, but they went toe-to-toe with them. I'm thinking about the end of regulation when SJA got called for the offensive foul. But they went toe-to-toe with the Thunder last night, and they're not at full strength. So I think the Pistons need to be taken seriously. Boston is obviously giving you all sorts of problems. There are some that would like to see maybe a Sixers-Knicks. Maybe you match up better with them. The Cavs have given you all sorts of problems this year. So I don't think the Sixers would be favored in any first-round series. So what's the ceiling? I think you're right. Talent-wise, sure, they can win a series or two. But in reality, this feels like a one-round-and-done team again.
It does, Mike, and it shouldn't, given the talent on this team. Like you said, you look at some of these other teams that, like Detroit has, one star player in Cade and a lot of good role players. The Knicks, like all these other teams, the Sixers have the talent to compete with them, Mike, but they don't have the cohesion. They don't have the coaching, and it just seems like they don't, they didn't have the opportunity to play with each other all season and develop that chemistry. So it's kind of just like they're still in that feeling out period at this late part in the season. And that's just tough to overcome when you're playing against a team like the Knicks or the Celtics that have, been together for more than 1 year and have really developed that chemistry throughout the course of the season. It's really just an uphill battle for the Sixers team, Mike. It really is.
Yeah, and they beat the I would say that Hornets win was maybe one of the most impressive wins they've had in 3 years at least.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, probably under Nick Nurse, probably one of the best wins for sure.
And then you have a chance to follow that up by beating a Heat team, as you just said, was coming on a back-to-back, was on the road the night before in Indiana, lost to the Pacers, by the way, and then come home, and we're basically up double digits all night long. You finally come all the way back. You're thinking, okay, that team's going to run out of gas on the back-to-back, and it was you that ran out of gas. 14-0 run to end that thing last night. Extremely disappointing, and I think you're right, Mike. That's why that 14-0 run, it was 101 with 6 minutes left, and then you end up getting blown out of the building. Couldn't get a stop, couldn't get a score, and it puts you now in a terrible spot. So I think anybody who had higher expectations or some expectations, that game last night is the exact reason why this looks like a one-and-done team.
Yeah, it was a reality check, Mike. I think a lot of people were riding high after everyone, got back into the roster after that Hornets win. You're looking at the Eastern Conference and you don't see a juggernaut like you have in, times in the past, and it feels open. But at the end of the day, the Sixers have not been a team that have beaten great teams like throughout the season either. I'd have to pull it up, but their record against teams that are under 500 is very good, and their record against teams that are over 500 is not very good. And obviously, as you know, Mike, in the playoffs and the play-in, you're playing against teams that are over 500, and the Sixers have not been great at that this season, and there's honestly very little reason to expect that, to change in the next couple of weeks, I think.
I did see that stat going around last night, their record versus teams with winning record versus teams without winning records, and it was pretty significant. Now, listen, this team's very hard to judge considering – you play 25 games without Paul George. Of those 25, 13 of them were without Joel, and then another group of them were without Maxey. They should be given credit for hanging around without that, but once you get those guys back, you need to take advantage of it, and they really fumbled an opportunity last night. So you got the Wizards tomorrow night. That's obviously a team that has no interest in winning, so you're hoping that you can pick that up. You got 7 left. Minnesota's banged up on Friday. Then Detroit on a back-to-back. Is Joel going to play in the game on a back-to-back? He said last week that the knees are no longer a problem. That's all behind him. Do you have any anticipation, though, that he plays in a back-to-back?
That's a great thing you just highlighted, Mike. And I felt like that almost got glazed over a little bit because he kind of said it when he was talking about the oblique injury, but he threw it out there that the knees haven't been an issue for him in a while, which – to me, it's huge because an oblique injury, sure, it's painful, but it's something you can manage and play through and will get better as time goes on, where the knees were a thing that you were just constantly concerned were going to bother him, get worse, flare up, anything to get him out of playing. So that was a good development that you highlighted on, but I still think that they'll err on the side of caution, especially, they've gone this far in the season in terms of keeping Joel relatively healthy. He's healthy enough now to play. Playoffs are right around the corner. I think they'll continue to err on the side of caution and sit him, whether it's the Friday night game against the T-Wolves or the Pistons game on Saturday. I would imagine that one of those two he will be on the sideline for.
I would agree. And then after that, San Antonio, you can almost chalk that up for a loss. It's on the road, and they are still playing for something. at Houston. That team's a mess right now, so maybe you can steal one down there. And then Indiana's been giving some teams some fits here late in the season, and then Milwaukee to close out the year. So there are some winnable games here. You have 7 left, but you're probably going to have to win probably 5 of the 7.
Yep. I was going to say the same thing. I think you got to go 5-2 down the stretch to give yourself a legitimate shot of moving up into that top 6 and avoiding the play-in.
All right, it is Trust the Mics, MKB. You can check it out. Of course, as the playoffs get here, we'll have all things Sixers right here on the show. And don't forget, the Sixers take on the Wizards, and we'll have all the action. You can check that out on the radio, of course, on 97.3 ESPN. Trust the Mics with MKB. We'll be discussing that more moving forward, plus the weekend action, and then we'll see where this team starts to slot in. It's starting to feel like 7 will be the slot, and then if you win that, you're a 7 seed playing Boston in round 1, and we all know how that will probably end up in a 4-1.
Yeah, Mike, I'd actually almost probably rather be the 8 seed. I would give the Sixers a little bit of a better shot, I think, in a series against the Pistons. What do you think?
Does Cade Cunningham play or not?
He's on the fence, I think. From the reports, it looks like he's maybe going to be back for playoffs, might have to miss some of that first round.
I mean, if he doesn't play, I would much rather – I would say much rather. I take my shot with Detroit. If he does play, it's half a dozen, one or the other. I'm going to lose 4-1 to either one of them.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I think my best shot is against the Knicks. I know everybody, to me, the Knicks are the best matchup for you. They have won at MSG this year. I like the Embiid-Cat matchup. I think that Embiid has terrorized him in the past. I mean – to me, that's your best shot. Them or Cleveland. And Cleveland's beat you a couple times, even with Joel. It's a tough matchup. They're just a bigger, more physical team. Now they got Harden and Mitchell. So to me, I'm taking my shot if I can with the Knicks. But that loss last night probably eliminated an opportunity to get that 6 seed.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, Mike. It seems like it's going to be the play-in tournament, so we're talking either Pistons or Celtics first round, Mike, I think.
All right, he's Michael Kasky-Blomane. Check out the Trust the Mics podcast, and we'll have MKB on, of course, throughout the rest of the season, the playoff. They're going to make the playoffs whether it's a play-in game or a playoff game. But that loss last night, it hurt their chances to make the actual playoffs. It looks like play-in more possible. 7 games left, as MKB and I just said. Probably going to have to win at least 5 of those games to at least try to get out of the play-in tournament. All right, coming up, Flyers play tonight. Big game for the Fly Guys tonight. Porter Martone will make his Flyers debut. Plus, we have the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. The owners' meetings are going on, and everybody's talking about one Eagles wide receiver. Can you guess who? You'll hear what Dan Graziano said this morning on Unsportsmanlike. That's next.
there's still a chance that they would move him if they get the right price. And I know that sounds like what we've been saying, for the past month or two, but I just think it's accurate. I think what's happened here is we've reached a point in the offseason where, this has always been true, that it would be easier for them in terms of the salary cap if they wait till after June 1st to trade him, just because of their ability to defray the dead money hit. You actually have to wait till after June 1st to make the trade. So I think the Eagles got to a point where they weren't getting what they wanted for A.J. Brown, and unless somebody comes with that kind of price here between now and the draft, it probably makes more sense for them to wait till after June 1st.
Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, that was Dan Graziano this morning on Unsportsmanlike. Are the Eagles going to trade A.J. Brown? It's still in play. Just because they haven't doesn't mean they won't. We know the June 1st date is there. What did Mike Vrabel say today? I thought that was something that was maybe the most interesting thing here. The most interesting thing of the day was what Mike Vrabel said today when he was asked about A.J. Brown, really not A.J. Brown, but the roster. And he basically said, anything we can do to continue to strengthen our roster, we're going to try to do. Well, that tells me when the Eagles lower their asking price, we might come in. As of now, and Les Snead, he admitted it, the Rams general manager. Did he not? He said, we talked to Philly, couldn't get anything there and there. So the Rams admitted that they talked to the Eagles about trading for A.J. Brown, and they couldn't get a deal going. So the Rams have already tipped their hand that, yes, indeed, they talked to the Philadelphia Eagles about a trade for A.J. Brown and that it was basically too expensive of a price. He said there were talks. We did have discussions. That is what Les Snead. He confirmed that the Rams had A.J. Brown trade discussions. Now today, Mike Vrabel essentially says, hey, we're always looking at ways to improve the roster. So far, Philadelphia hasn't acquiesced. Well, you know when Philadelphia might acquiesce? When you take $20 million off the bill. Speculation that the Eagles could trade A.J. Brown. Mike Vrabel didn't rule it out. You just heard what Dan Graziano said. Get ready for 2 more months of A.J. Brown speculation. That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day here on the Sports Bash. Don't forget, Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m., on 97.3 ESPN with Evan, Michelle, and Canty. When we come back, it's today's football at 4. Adam Caplan's in the house. We'll take a look at the Eagles' current depth chart on the offensive side of the ball. Stick around. Party at the Balcony Bar. Your first chance to win is tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. Of course, we have a pair of tickets to give away to an Eagles game, club box seats, overnight stay at Ocean, and a whole bunch of other prizes. So listen tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash for this year's Eagles Draft Party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's where we'll be for this year's draft party. And don't forget, check out the entertainment at Ocean Casino per Kreischer this weekend, Friday and Saturday at Ovation Hall. Get your tickets at theoceanac.com. Joining me now for another Football at 4. We're going to look at the Eagles depth chart as things shape out up to the draft. There's a lot of stuff we're kind of taking a look at here that is very intriguing. Adam Caplan from Inside the Birds podcast. You can get on all podcasting platforms, joins me now. And, you know, Adam, we just announced we're going to be at Ocean, the Balcony Bar for our draft party. The draft less than a month away. But the Eagles, you know, getting ready for this draft, let's take a look what they look like on the offensive side of the ball. Very similar to what they looked like last year, right?
Well, one little change here. We'll start at quarterback. And then there are injury concerns, obviously, with the offensive line, some depth challenges. But the subject of our this past Monday's show was what we're going to talk about here. It's I know teams don't put out depth charts, but we kind of know it anyway, and you were kind of alluding to it. A lot of it looks the same, some small differences. But it's Hurts, it's McKee, and the new guy, Andy Dalton. Dalton will be the 3, McKee's the 2, and Hurts is the 1. Well, as I posed to Jeff Mosher on our Monday morning show, would it surprise you at all if they drafted a quarterback early or a quarterback at all? And he goes, no. We both agreed it would not be a surprise at all. Again, McKee will be playing elsewhere in 27. He might be a starter elsewhere. In fact, I'm sure he will be, based on the way this league looks. He's well-liked by personnel people around the league, so he'll be playing somewhere else in 27. Dalton is 38 years old. As we reported 3 years ago, it was between the Panthers and the Eagles. At the last moment, he decided to sign with the Panthers, and he was there for a few years, and now he's just been acquired. But it's really, Mike, about the future at this position and who will be Hurts' backup. Now, I would tell you, if they took a quarterback as high as the second round, ironically, that's where they took Hurts in the 2020 draft, which shocked us. Mm-hmm. Then you would have to question Hurts' future as a starting quarterback.
Well, and I would ask the follow-up with the addition of Dalton. Do you think that makes it more plausible that they would move McKee?
Not really. I'm told Howie's always liked Dalton. You have to carry 3 quarterbacks in training camp. It just gives you the insurance policy if they would trade McKee, because you would not want that guy. Remember, the Eagles are running a brand-new offense this year that Hurts has not played in. McKee and Dalton has played in a West Coast system before, but it's going to be a learning experience for Hurts, the starter, and McKee, the number 2. But it does give the insurance policy if they do wind up trading McKee.
All right, Adam, running back. They did sign a running back, one that, has a pretty decent season under his belt in Pierce. Barkley, we know, is the guy. Tank Bigsby gave, had a little burst last year. And then, of course, Will
good.
Shipley.
Yeah, boy, it's funny you mentioned Bigsby. And for some reason, this came up on YouTube. Tank Bigsby, that check down he got from Tanner McKee in week, whatever it was, 18 against the Commanders. I mean, his explosion to the outside is just ridiculous. It's one of these situations when they got Bigsby, like, well, okay, so the Jaguars drafted Tootin, a running back, last year, so they make Bigsby expendable. That's fine. And he was inherited by the new coaching staff and the front office, so they traded him. But he's a better football player than Shipley. Shipley has been okay at times, Mike, but he's not been quite what the Eagles thought he would be. And now he's got time left. He's in his 3rd year. He's got 2 years left. And you mentioned Dameon Pierce, who was great as a rookie, regressed. They changed the offense, as we noted a few weeks ago when they signed him. The Texans changed their offense completely. He was not a good fit. Ironically, it's the same system or similar system that they're running here with the Eagles, so I don't know that he's a good fit, and he's a major long shot to make the team at this point.
All right, that's the running back room there, and, of course, the wide receiver room. A lot of stuff still circulating around A.J. Brown. They did sign Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore. Devontae Smith is still here, but there's a couple guys at the back end of this depth chart that are interesting.
Yeah, and this becomes important, Mike, because whether Brown is here or not, we're talking about A.J. Brown, the thought is here they're going to play a ton of 12 personnel. They're going to be a running team with Barkley. You see the type of tight ends that they brought in. They brought in Johnny Mutt specifically to block. That'll help Calcaterra be freed up a little bit. They got Cam Latu, who's more of a wide tight end, inline tight end. And you go back to the receiver position that you mentioned. It's Brown, it's Smith, it's Hollywood Brown, it's Elijah Moore. Again, his signing has zero to do with A.J. Brown. Trust me on that one. It had nothing to do with it. They were looking for a potential backup to Devontae Smith. Hollywood Brown would probably play an A.J. Brown spot if they trade A.J. and they don't draft a receiver early. We're talking about the first 2 rounds. That's where you could see Hollywood Brown. Moore could play the slot. He's really the one guy of the guys of the back-end players who have a chance to make it. He's talented. He just is completely fallen off to the point, Mike, at 26 years old. People around the league wonder what's happened to him, and could he still play? It's not an injury situation. It's a performance and a confidence issue. It's kind of lost him, but boy, did he look good in his first year with the Jets, and for his time with the Browns, he actually showed he could play, but since then, he's kind of fallen off.
Adam Caplan, let's look at the tight ends. You kind of hinted at them a little bit, but
Yep.
My question is, you got Goddard, you got Calcaterra, Munt's a blocking guy.
Yep.
How is the tight end's role going to change in this offense from what it was?
It's going to be important. It's a West Coast scheme. There's no way to know percentage-wise, how much of Shanahan versus McVay they're going to run because their staff has experience with both. The offensive coordinator has got more experience in McVay than others. And remember, he was drafted by the Rams, so he was with the Rams, so you know that he knows that system, and also the McConnell system, which is more McVay. So it's going to be fascinating. But the tight end will be available. It's going to be used more, I believe, overall than it's not so much pass targets. It's about how they use them, and I look at more creativity with Sean Mannion, the new play caller, and one of his top assistants, Ryan Mahaffey, who's a tight ends coach who he was with in Green Bay, who also will be the run game coordinator. This is a big deal here. There's going to be a sea change schematically. As we told you at the time, the offense is going to look different. It's just going to be different. The philosophy is different. The terminology is, as we knew, and Sirianni confirmed it during his press briefing in Phoenix on Monday, it's going to change. So it's going to look different. I'm looking forward to this because there's a lot of unknowns here.
All right, Adam, an issue they had last year, obviously the offensive line. Landon Dickerson thought about retirement. Tyler Steen, had an up-and-down year. I think most people would have called him the weak part of the offensive line. I don't even know if that's fair considering Juergens and Dickerson's health issues in the years they had. But what does the interior of that line look like now? Have they got enough depth there?
Mike, they don't. Fred Johnson came back, which is what we thought would happen. No one saw him as a starter. He's just a good backup. He's one of the better backup swing tackles. He could start at right or left tackle. But after Fred, you have Cam Williams, who had an intriguing start against Washington, a lot of upside. The thing with him is the total commitment to being great. This is the question why he dropped to the 6th round. He's sort of a wild card, but they don't know yet what he can be, but they're still searching for Lane Johnson's replacement, long-term replacement. But the depth, they've got their swing tackle. They don't have that guy in the interior right now, Mike. That's a problem. Drew Kennel is better off at center than guard. He could play both, but from what we've been told, center makes way more sense for him, and particularly in this offense. We'll see what happens in OTAs and training camp. And Willie Lampkin has not played in the National Football League. He was an undrafted free agent because of his size. He's under 5'11", Mike. That's unheard of. So he's a guy that we'll see if he could even challenge to have a roster spot, but he's intriguing from an athletic standpoint. He could play center and guard, by the way. They need, Mike, badly a backup center guard here. They really need to add one. We would expect one to be added by training camp. Now, it could come in the draft, by the way, high.
Yeah.
Because as you mentioned about Dickerson's future, so it could come in the first couple rounds. Wouldn't surprise us.
All right. Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. Don't forget, you can get it on all podcasting platforms. Those guys are talking birds all offseason. So are we on Football at 4. The last spot on the offense is the tackle position. Mailata's back. Lane Johnson is back. Fred Johnson is also back. So they have 3 guys who are very capable there. What if somebody got hurt?
Yeah, so I already talked about right tackle, but let's talk about left tackle. I'm glad you mentioned that. So Mailata's the clear starter. Miles Hinton didn't play last season, and Holland Pierce, who was cross-trained briefly at guard, he's a tackle. I mean, he's just too big. He's over 6'8". Some of the best measurables at the draft has ever seen at tackle, but he's just very, very raw. And the footwork, we're told, needs to improve greatly, and the guy that was charged to develop him is gone in terms of coaching, Jeff Stoutland. So Chris Cooper is going to have to develop him. He's got major great traits in size, but he needs major work. And you might remember Chris Hinton was involved in the John Elway trade. That's
Indianapolis Colts, baby.
Yep, that's his dad. So Chris Hinton is a guy that is a left tackle. He's not a right tackle. He's a left tackle. The knock on him, we're told, from a scouting standpoint, is not physical. Really, he's more finesse, but very athletic and smart. Good hand usage, needs further development. That's where Fred Johnson is. That's why Fred Johnson is the backup left tackle, right tackle, because he's got playing experience. He knows what to do. Miles Hinton is a pure developmental tackle who they want to look. He's got talent out of Michigan, by the way. They want to see more out of him, but it's going to be Fred Johnson is Mailata and Lane Johnson's backup as of now.
All right, there you go. There's a look at the Philadelphia Eagles on the offensive side of the ball. The defense we'll take a look at later on. Certainly has a lot of different looks. That offense, very similar. How can they shake up that offense? The draft on April 23rd, and I guess they can still do some things here in free agency. We shall see. A trade could happen. A.J. Brown, maybe Tanner McKee. We will keep our eyes on that here on Football at 4. And don't forget, check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. Adam is back on Friday. Adam Caplan, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Caplan, of course. Inside the Birds, Football at 4, brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort. American singer-songwriter Lenny Kravitz takes the stage at at Ocean's Ovation Hall. That's on Saturday, May 16th. One of the preeminent rock musicians, Lenny Kravitz. Don't miss Lenny Kravitz live at Ocean. Get your tickets now at the Ocean AC.com. And don't forget, coming up, we will be at Ocean at the Balcony Bar. Your first chance to enter is coming up on Wednesday right here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 every day. Tomorrow, Jeff Mosher's in the house, and Andrew will talk some draft with us on Thursday. Coming up, it is the Nuggets. We got so much going on. We'll update the poll question. Who are you more excited for tonight? Andrew Painter making his debut. Porter Martone making his debut. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. Let us know. We'll talk about that and more. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 20 after 4, Sports Bash is live on what's today? Tuesday? Feels like after watching that Phillies game last night, it should be Friday, right? We should all get to go out and enjoy ourselves after watching that game last night. Plus the Sixer collapse. Both of them makes you feel like it shouldn't be Tuesday, it should be Friday. Speaking of Friday, we're going to be live at Ventnor Social. It's the place to go to watch every Phillies game. 20 big screen TVs. Great spot to watch the game. By the way, this Friday, we will be live. It is a Phillies day game. Our day game watch parties. We're going to be there for select Phillies games this season at Ventnor Social. The first one is this Friday. And if you stop out Friday, you can enter to that bus trip to Baltimore. We have 2 more seats on that bus to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. The way it will work all summer long, we will be at Ventnor Social. There will be 4 dates that you can go to enter to win this bus trip. So the way it works is this. We will be there on Friday. Stop out and see us on Friday. You can fill out the form, enter to win. We will be there again on April the 30th, another day game. These are all day game watch parties at Ventnor Social. So you stop out, you fill out the form, you got a second entry for the trip. Then we'll be there on May the 20th for a game against the Reds. Stop out May 20th, fill out the form. Now you have 3 entries. We'll be there on June 4th for a game against the Padres. Stop out, fill out the form. Now you have 4 entries. And then on Wednesday, July 29th, everybody stop out for a day game against the Marlins, and we will give away the bus trip. And on that Friday, if you are the winner, you will go to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. So we'll be there Friday, April 3rd, Thursday, April 30th, Wednesday, May 20th, Thursday, June 4th, Wednesday, July 29th. That's the day of the giveaway. And then we'll be there 2 other times, one in August, one in September. Ventnor Social. Those parties start up this Friday on the Sports Bash. All right, Nick Earnshaw is back. We have the Nuggets. It was a dreadful night last night in Philly sports. Hopefully tonight's better. We got debuts. What's better than a debut? We got 2 debuts tonight. They're on the same night, Nuggets.
Oh, we get Porter Martone tonight, little hockey, and then you get a little Andrew Painter tonight. Good thing both rookies are playing for the Phillies tonight, because last night, that was a disgrace overall down at the bank. That was not good whatsoever. So a lot to talk about. I do want to start with the 76ers from last night, okay? A lot of back and forth in that game against the Heat. Down the stretch is where the Sixers struggled. And I thought last night, nugget number 1 was Nick Nurse's worst performance as coach of the Sixers. In a big game, he did not come through. He didn't take out VJ Edgecombe when I thought he should have. Just like, hey, calm the guy down a little bit after getting back-to-back technicals. Obviously, he was mad. I understand that. Joel Embiid was sick last night. Never ends. So there's that. And then Paul George was just sitting there waiting to get in, and a lack of a timeout from Nick Nurse down the stretch while the Heat were going on a run. So there was a lot to be critical about, and they needed that win. Now it kind of puts them back a little bit more with 7 games to go.
That is an area where I think the coach does have an effect on a game.
Sure.
I'm not a big blame the coach guy, but in this spot, I need Paul George on the floor. Minute 35 is when he finally checked him back into the game. Quentin Grimes, I never need to see you in the last 2 minutes of a game ever in my life. Thank you very much. I thought he played Maxey too many minutes last night. I think your point on Edgecombe is valid. He was obviously worked up. He gets a technical. He's got 4 fouls. You got to get him out of the game. He's a rookie. Bad calls. It was a poorly officiated game all over the place. But that's what the game is. So you got to step in and get him out of the game. I thought Nick Nurse did have a hand in why that game got away from them last night.
Yeah, I think so too. And listen, I'm not a big criticize Nick Nurse guy, because the guy hasn't had a healthy lineup like ever. So I can't really fully evaluate Nick Nurse as a head coach of the 76ers because the guy never has a healthy lineup. He's mixing and matching. I mean, he's done a pretty decent job to get him to this point. But last night was a night where you could evaluate his performance. He had everybody on the floor. And in the last couple minutes of the game, I thought it was very much mismanaged by the coach. And I think there was timeouts not properly called. The Edgecombe thing. I mean, the guy, was losing a little bit, losing his cool. You got to get that guy out of the game. He's a rookie. You got to sit him down for a couple of minutes to get him back in, get him squared away. Okay. And then not putting Paul George back in, who's been on a heater since he came back. That was, I thought, a malpractice to not have him in earlier. Call a timeout, something. The way the clock was moving, the way the Heat were moving and pushing the pace and making big shots and going on a run, call a timeout. Don't just sit there and let it happen. Do something. I know they were short on timeouts later in the game, but I think you got to burn one in that scenario.
Yeah, listen, for them not to have Paul George out there for during that, there was 101 with like 6 minutes left in the game. He didn't play. He didn't come back in until 1:35 left in the game.
Crazy. I don't think that was the right move at all. Like, just have him sit there. Like, dude, call a timeout. Stop the bleeding. I can't stand when coaches just let it happen and go and let the other team go on a run on like 16-2 or whatever it was last night. That's frustrating. That's clearly a time. Hey, we don't want to let this game get away from us. We kind of need this game. Let's slow things down, especially with the pace the Miami Heat play with. Slowing things down, so important, and they did not do that.
Hey, listen, that was a game last night that you had. You were down double digits, fought your way all the way back into that game, not once, but twice. They were down 13, they were down 15, and got back in that game. And for it to end the way that they did with a 14-0 run, you're going to look back at that game if you get stuck in this play-in tournament and say that was the one that could – now, listen, there's games throughout, but that one right there you had on the road. And, look, that team was playing on a back-to-back last night. Yep. They were on a back-to-back. You were not. They played in Indiana the night before, had to travel from Indiana back home. I know they're at home, but they had to play a road game the night before. And, by the way, got bombed in that game against a terrible Pacers team. They were there for the taking, and you didn't take it.
Yeah, Norman Powell did not play either. He was out for the Heat. So they were missing a key guy, and they were coming off a back-to-back, so there was no excuse. I understand Embiid was a little sick. I get it.
He wasn't on the injury report as with any illness. He wasn't questionable.
No, he was not. However, he did say, quote, after the game, I believe it was from Kai Carlin, tweeted this out from Embiid. He said that this is a tweet from Kai Carlin. Joel Embiid did reveal that he's sick after tonight's performance. He said it affected him physically, and it looked like he had some cold medicine in his hoodie pocket. Would explain the slow night.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't play great last night. So, Maxey did not have a good game last night. You played Maxey 44 minutes last night. Maybe you could have had Maxey take a little bit of a recharge of the battery in there in the middle. Got Cam Payne, who didn't play a second last night. And then Maxey maybe would have been a little bit more energy in those final 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, you would have liked to. Just the way that thing ended was not great overall. Now, I want to get your thoughts on this, Mike. Does it change the way you view them heading into the postseason with that performance against a team like the Heat last night?
Say again?
Does it change your view with the performance last night, the way you view the team heading into the playoffs?
No, because I think we view them, in my opinion, I view them, and I think most people do, by the way, as a one and done. They will not be a favorite in the first round against any team they play. I don't think anybody out there has changed them. I think maybe people are more intrigued by a first-round playoff series, but I don't think anybody thinks that they're going to win and or make a deep playoff run. But I do think some people were completely out and didn't care. I think some people now at least say, okay, I'll watch, with lack of anticipation, where before, don't care if they make it, they'll probably get beat anyway.
Yeah, I'm in the camp of it didn't really change the way I view them. Tough loss on the road. I get it. You probably should have won that game. But these are what these games are for, right? You're trying to ramp these guys up for the postseason and just at least get them there healthy and in one piece. So you lose one. All right, they're 1-1 with everybody back. I'm not going to go nuts here, but that game was a tough one to lose. I will say that one hurt a little bit because of the implications on the standings. You beat Charlotte, you took care of them. However, the Heat you're letting hang around a little bit now because they get the win last night.
Yep, and listen, that puts you in a spot now where you would have been a half a game behind Atlanta and Toronto. Toronto plays Detroit tonight. You could have potentially moved into the playoffs without even playing tonight had you figured out a way to win that game last night.
Yep. All right, there you go. So that's nugget number one. Let's go to nugget number two. Let's go to the other disappointment in Philadelphia, and that's the Philadelphia Phillies at this point. I'll tell you what. Last night was horrible. Horrible. And I know it's not even April yet. April's tomorrow. But man, oh man, the way the Phillies have looked so far, everything that we had talked about, are they too old? Should they have brought back everybody at JT, Schwarber? It's like giving you pause. Now, it's way too early to really get a sense of what this team is just yet. But I was highly disappointed in Rob Thompson sitting Justin Crawford. What on earth was that for? You want to get that guy at bats. Now, JT, I can understand sitting down. The guy's a little older. He's a catcher. Fine. But the fact they sat Justin Crawford down, who had a pretty good year against lefties last year, by the way, in the minor leagues. Rob Thompson yesterday said, quote, just to give him a little reprieve from all these left-handed starters, but he handles lefties pretty good normally. So, Rob, why on earth are you sitting the kid? Why? We look so deep in the lefty-righty, and this is just going overboard with it. Let the kid play every day. Give him the at-bats. If he is struggling after 2 months or so, then okay, you start platooning him. But they deserve that loss last night because of a decision like that. I mean, I'm not to say that Justin Crawford was going to be the reason they won, but stupidity like that, it just drives me up a wall, Mike.
Well, I agree. Marsh did have 2 hits last night. That being said, his defense is not major league caliber in center field. I don't agree with the reasoning for Crawford not to play. I don't think it had anything to do that it was a left-handed pitcher. I think they were more just saying, look, it's a long season. He's a young kid. We want to give him an off day, which I don't agree with considering they were off on Friday and they're off again on Thursday. So, yeah, I mean, they were going to win the game regardless. And if Justin Crawford played last night, they're not winning the game. So I don't get all that bent out of shape about it. But I don't like the reasoning.
No, the reasoning is why I'm so up in arms. And it's the 4th game of the year. The 4th. We haven't even hit April yet. And we're sitting guys already? Give him a day off? What are we doing, Mike? I mean, the guy's a rookie. He's spry. He's young. Throw him out there every day you have a chance. That's the whole reason you're bringing a guy like that up who actually hits well against lefties as well. So I don't get it. That was maddening to me to see that.
Yeah, it
already
made no sense. And if it's going to be something that continues to happen, look, I get it. Every once in a while he gets a day off. Fine. 4 games into the season, he needs a day off. No, I can't jive with that. It didn't mean they lost the game last night, though. So in the end, I almost forgot that it even happened. Because although Marsh's defense did lead to a couple of runs.
I know. And it's also the premise of it all, Mike. It's the idea of even just taking him out because of why? To give him a day off? What? It's crazy to me. Now, JT, I can understand, Mike, and your boy Marshawn. I understand giving JT time off. He's older, knee problems in the past. He is a catcher. He's been behind the dish and played a lot of innings, caught a lot of innings for this team over the course of the last few seasons. So I understand that aspect of sitting him and like managing his innings throughout the year. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact he was a rookie.
I don't think anybody had a problem sitting Real Muto. In fact, I said in the offseason, for $15 million, sorry, I would have stuck with Marshawn. I think, to me, Marshawn would give you similar offense and similar defense. I think the one area where Real Muto clearly is probably more, valuable than Marchand is that he could handle the pitching staff. Is it worth $15 million extra dollars? That I'm not sure. But to me, you were looking for a way to change this lineup around, something, and you couldn't figure it out. So you brought Real Muto back for 3 more years. He's 35 years old for 3 more years at $15 million. That's going to be another contract that you're looking at and saying, you got to be kidding me here. Now you had a chance to say, you know what? We needed to change the dynamics of this lineup. Maybe Marchand doesn't do that, but what it would do is clear up $15 million to let you try to do something different in another capacity. So to me, the Real Muto decision, that was a blunder. You got $18 million tied up to Taijuan Walker. That was a blunder made 3 years ago. You got $20 million tied into Nick Castellanos. So you got $38 million in Walker and Castellanos, plus another $15 million in Real Muto of guys who, listen, now Real Muto might prove me wrong. Maybe he has a solid season. But to me, Marchand would hit 240 with 9 home runs and play fine defense for the league minimum.
Yeah. It's like, all right, how much is Painter's development worth, right? Having a guy like JT around. Very much a positive. Sure, he can handle the pitching staff. I love that part about JT. However, the bat's not there anymore. The pop time is decreasing defensively. You could still call it a pretty decent game. Great. But the bat's not there. And what did this team desperately need? A guy in the lineup, a right-handed bat with some power and a guy that can spark the offense. And, they lost out on Bo Bichette, who was a bat. Would have been nice in this lineup. He has, struggled a little bit with the Mets right now. Obviously, still early. But, man, coming back for 3 years and he's already looking like this, not good.
No, but there's a lot of guys. He's 35. I mean, the other guys I think are 33, like Harper's 33, 32 I think for Schwarber, 32 or 33 for Turner. You got to be worried about when is that decline coming for these guys. Like, you're all slowly going to take a step back, but if they all slowly take the step back at the same time, that's a big step back for everybody.
Yeah, well, that was the thing we talked about in the offseason and last year, right? Like, last year felt like this is the last one. This is the last run that they really have in their last shot, and they couldn't get past the Dodgers. And then you're starting to think, wow, look at their ages. They're getting into the mid-30s. They're getting close, and that's when things start to derail a little bit, especially in baseball. And what team and what organization knows better than anyone? The Philadelphia Phillies saw that happen when they gave those guys all the long-term contracts and kept them around too long back in 2011 going forward, and that led to a decade of nonsensical baseball, Mike.
Going down the same road because they did have a lot of those guys that stuck around with them through some bad years. I mean, Utley was here and was kind of hurt and wasn't very helpful for 2 to 3 extra years. Rollins was here. You finally traded him for pennies on the dollar. Same with Ryan Howard, who you couldn't trade. He just kind of basically went away. Hamels, he got older and was sticking around. You ended up trading him for, they didn't get much in return. I think they got 4 players back for Hamels, but none of them were worth a damn. You traded Utley away, got nothing for him. You traded Rollins away, got nothing for him. So they held on to all these guys to the point that when they finally moved them, none of them had any value.
Yeah, and all right, I'm going to just put out the doomsday scenario, okay? Let's say things are not looking great come June. Is Dombrowski starting to think, is there a couple of guys I might have to start unloading to try and replenish the farm? Because the farm is really just Ada Miller at this point for the most part. That's your top guy. You better hope that someone comes out of the blue that can be hopefully a guy down the road. But man, you're starting to look like 11 again if the doomsday scenario in June, things are not really picking up again.
It's a good question. You're
It's
right.
more of a thought, right? Like, do I got to start unloading certain guys?
You're right, because their farm system, For years we've been hearing about Painter and Crawford and Miller. Well, now Crawford and Painter are here, thankfully. Miller is now hurt and isn't ready to start the season. Who is the next group of guys that is waiting to come up here? They don't really have a whole heck of a lot. They certainly don't have a pitcher in the pipeline. Gage Wood would be the next guy, and he just got drafted last year. Now, he was a college pitcher, so maybe he would be ready quicker. Arun Escobar, he would be the next guy after that. He's a second baseman. Other than that, they just don't have a lot in the farm system that is like, wow, this guy's coming and that guy's coming. So what is that line of demarcation where you would say we would have to move a guy? Here's the problem. Trey Turner and Bryce Harper both, I believe, have no trade clauses.
They do have no trade clauses, yep. So you have to trade them to teams that would be on like their list, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so while your question is valid, it would be very difficult. It's almost like the Sixer problem. Well, nobody's going to take Embiid's contract. No one's going to take George's contract. So even though it sounds great to say, hey, let's try to move these guys, I don't know that that's plausible.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking out loud here, right? With the doomsday
Empire,
scenario,
by the way, is hitting it all on the road. He said their farm system stinks, and no team's going to take the bad contract.
I think it's Team Wood.
X is saying Harper's supposed to be a great hitter. He's far from that. I would trade him for Spencer Jones, George Lombard package. Now, he's mentioned specific names, Lombard from the Yankees. The Phillies will not win anything with this current roster. It would have to get, I think, to a really ugly point of the season for Harper to finally say, you know what, I've had it here. Because Harper has gone out of his way to say, I want a no-trade clause. I don't want to move anywhere else. I want to finish my career here. He's got how many years left on that deal? 4?
Yeah, and that's why I say, I preface with it's the doomsday scenario. You start getting around June, things are looking awry. You're under 500 by a good margin, and things are just not looking up. It's just this season's just a wash or something. That would be like, all right, does Nebraska have to start looking ahead? But they built this team through free agency too.
That's the thing. How bad does this season? And listen, it's 4 games. They're 1-3. 3 weeks from now we could be like, look at this team. They're starting to take off. I think what has let them down a lot early here in these 4 games, the 3 games, they are built around their pitching. And Nola was just okay. Luzardo was just okay. And Walker was awful last night. I mean, I know, his stuff was good. He didn't give up a lot of hits. He threw 4 2/3. He gave up 10 hits. That's not good.
I thought Nola was fine. I thought Nola was fine. He gave them a chance to win, and I thought the bullpen was good that day.
Right. And the problem is, like last night, you're down 5-0, 7-0 in the 3rd inning. Now your offense is like, we got to score 7 runs. So now they're pressing. Every game they've been getting behind in because Nola gives up an early home run. So now I'm down 1-0. And then Luzardo gives up a home run. Now they're down. And it's like, you're not going to have to lead every game. I get that. But so far, these 3 losses, they've all been because they gave up runs early, and now the offense is pressing because we're struggling, and we got to try to get back in the game. So I understand that. I'm not ready to say the whole season's a wash, obviously, but I do wonder if Turner takes a step back, if Harper struggles, if Schwarber takes a step back, Real Muto takes a step back. That's 4 guys who possibly aren't as good as they were last year.
Well, JT, that I think completely, yes, he will take a step back. But the 3 guys you mentioned, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, they're batting $120 combined at the moment.
And last night, 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position.
So
Harper
good.
was 0 for 3. And so far this year with runners in scoring position, they are, 5 for 33?
Yeah, not great. Not great overall. All right, moving along. Final nugget. I don't know if you saw this before the Sixers game, but this dude is going nuts on Philadelphia before the Sixers game last night. This was on NBC and Peacock. Our old buddy, one of the top picks in the draft a couple years back. It's been a little more than a couple years now. Evan Turner had some not so nice things to say about Philadelphia. Take a listen to what he had to say on NBC.
We got to make John make a pick. Who are you picking in this game? We have to.
I'm picking the hometown Heat, coming out with some desperation and urgency.
Yeah.
Well, I can't stand Philadelphia, but I'm going to pick the 76ers.
Okay.
Shout out to everybody out there.
All right, there we go.
So Evan Turner just coming with a stray. Like I maybe he's talked about this more on his player podcast. That is one I'm not as in tune with, Mike. I'll be honest with you. But then he starts beefing on Twitter with people. He said he responded to a comment regarding that comment on the air. He said it was a disgusting experience as a player for sure. Wow. Then I went to Boston and learned what a real sports city was,
So, all right. Evan Turner was the number 2 pick in the draft from Ohio State. And by the way, if anybody remembers the shows leading up into that draft, I hated this pick. I wanted DeMarcus Cousins was the guy I would have taken in that spot. Cousins turned into a really good player. Turner stunk. Now, that being said, that draft was not great. There wasn't a lot of great players. It's not like DeMarcus Cousins would have changed the franchise either. That being said, Turner, I thought, was used poorly here. Doug Collins was the coach, and he just didn't use him. And it was 2 tumultuous, mediocre seasons for him. So the 2 teams that he was on were just okay. Then, if my memory serves me, they make the trade for Bynum, and he was on that team, and the team stunk again because Bynum never played and got hurt. And then the next year, it's Turner and Thaddeus Young and Spencer Hawes, and they end up trading all those guys away, and he's gone. So, I mean, it was like 3 very nondescript seasons. I don't remember him. Now, he was a second pick of the draft. He didn't live up to the expectations. What does he expect? I mean, what is he thinking here?
I feel like he's rage baiting a little bit here with that type of comment on national television, on Peacock.
I will say, listen, he was a number 2 pick of the draft. He didn't live up to expectations.
No.
Not to mention, people probably, he sounded like Kermit the Frog, so we always had people like messing with him for that. And I'm sure that that's his first indoctrination into the league, so he probably hated it here. I can understand that.
Yeah, well, that was very strong, but it came out of nowhere. You didn't expect Evan Turner just with a straight. I can't stand Philadelphia. It was
didn't even know that Evan Turner was. Where was that? Where's he doing media for?
That was for Peacock last night because the game was on Peacock last night, NBC. He was doing the pregame show. They're making their picks, and he's like, I can't pick Philadelphia. I hate Philadelphia, essentially.
Yeah, didn't see it. Didn't know he was doing anything. And quite frankly, he made zero impact on the team while he was here. Now, that being said, I remember when he got drafted, which I did not like the pick at all. I hated the pick. I thought he was going to be a busteroni. That said, I thought Doug Collins used him very poorly. He was like a 6'7" guy who probably was more of like a point forward than the way that they ended up using him. And Doug Collins just didn't like the young guys. He never really played him. He didn't play Vucevic either,
Yeah. So listen, but then he continued on Twitter saying it was a disgusting experience. Disgusting was the word he used as a Sixer.
Well, I don't doubt him there. Philadelphia fans, if you haven't noticed, can be kind of low brow.
But then he goes to Boston as a role player, and he's like, "Oh, it was a real sports city." I mean, come on.
Well, he's not wrong. I mean, they win a lot more championships than we do.
They do. However,
listen, you got to tell it like it is.
We're very passionate here.
Yeah, just because we don't like Boston doesn't mean you can't. They kick our ass in everything. What are we talking about here? Yeah,
I agree, but he's saying that Philadelphia is not a real sports city. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break.
When you're comparing it to Boston, we're probably not.
Oh, that's baloney. This is the sports city.
If you're talking about wins and losses,
wins and losses. I get that. I'm talking about just in general. We care about our sports more than probably anybody in the world in this area.
Probably too much, yes.
Probably too much. Probably right about that. All right, before I get out of here, final nugget. Speaking of Boston and former Sixer coach, Doc Rivers is a Hall of Famer. He will go into the Naismith Hall of Fame, Basketball Hall of Fame. He has been elected to the Basketball Hall of Fame. Mike, your reaction? Not a shocker, though.
Well, he was voted as one of the top 15 coaches of all time recently, so not a surprise. He did win a championship. I guess, the funny part for Philadelphia fans, passionate, yada, 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 anybody who wins a championship suddenly stinks, right? Joe Girardi, he stinks. Nick Nurse, he stinks. Doc Rivers, he stinks. If you win a title, we think you stink.
Well, here's the thing. Doc Rivers was a generational choker, okay? And, I understand why Philly fans might not have the greatest love of Doc. But, he did win a title. I'll give him that. He won a lot of games as head coach. He's been around for a long time. And by the way, it's not very difficult to get in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
I agree.
You could get in. I could get in. Play a couple of minutes.
These Hall of Fames I'm so turned off by because of how weak they are to get in. It's almost sad that you strive your whole career to be a Hall of Famer, and now all you need to strive for is being very good, not great.
Yeah.
It's not even that. It's elite. You should be elite to get in the Hall of Fame.
Unfortunately, it's turned into the Hall of Very Good for most of them.
For all sports.
Yeah. So it is what
Especially
it is.
the basketball one.
They
don't even have, they need to have an NBA Hall of Fame, not a basketball Hall of Fame.
I know. Yep. All right, there you go, Mike. 4-pack today.
You didn't tell me who you voted for.
Oh, I didn't get to it. I went Painter. I'm going Painter.
All right, you can vote at Mike Gill Show. Who are you more excited for tonight, Painter or Porter? At Mike Gill Show, vote. We'll update the poll question. When we come back, thanks, Nick, by the way. When we come back, our Phillies Fastball segment, Jeff Kerr and Oscar Budijan are going to join me for the Phillies Fastball segment. We're going to do this daily on the Sports Bash, where we just round table talk Phillies right here on the Sports Bash. It's coming up next. Plus, we'll talk about Porter Martone and where he will fit in tonight with the Flyers. He was at the morning skate, Kevin Durso, at around 5:30. Stick around. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app, live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Don't forget, multi-platinum performer Aaron Lewis of Stained returns to Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort on Friday, April 17th. And on April 24th, Tony Hinchcliffe hits Ovation Hall. Get your tickets now at oceanac.com. Kevin Durso talks some Flyers with us. Porter Martone makes his Flyer debut tonight. Phillies lineup is out. Andrew Painter makes his first start for the Phillies. It's the opening day lineup tonight for the Phillies. It is the same lineup that they threw out there on opening day, which you saw Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Stott, Garcia, Marsh, Realmuto, Justin Crawford. Painter makes his MLB debut tonight for the Phillies. But we're going to dive back into the game last night. We will talk about Andrew Painter's performance. New segment, we're going to be talking Phillies Fastball, our Phillies Fastball segment, where we're going to have like a round table between 97.3 ESPN.com, Phillies insider Jeff Kerr, and Oscar Budajin, who was the Phillies Spanish voice on the radio for the last few years. And this segment will be fun. We will go around and just kind of have a round table of Phillies discussion. And I guess we got to start, guys, with Oscar. We'll start with you. A disaster of a game last night.
Yeah, I mean, here are the numbers, man. The numbers are not pretty at all. I mean, it was pretty dreadful on both sides. I mean, if you look at everything, I mean, it's when you lose 13-2, you allow 17 hits. I mean, Taiwan was, I mean, he came in the middle of the plate. I mean, and it was like batting practice. Even though none of the hits were really hit hard. But they make contact. I mean, and that's one thing. There's a big difference between a team that can make contact and a team that doesn't make contact. And when you make contact, anything could happen. I mean, when you have so much chase rate and you have so many strikeouts, I mean, that's what happens. So, I mean, like, Taiwan was in the middle of play, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Oscar. I didn't like the start Taiwan Walker had, but I thought this game changed when he got that ground ball hit the second, and Edmundo Sosa had a bad throw home. And if he just goes to first, maybe they lose the game, but it's not as bad, right? I feel like everything snowballed after that. The only positive I can take out of this game is Tim Mesa throwing 2 shutout innings when the game was out of hand.
Yeah. I mean, we were before we woke up, I mean, we were 7-0 in the third inning. I mean, it's like, it was bad.
Well, you mentioned, it's 10 hits, 4 2/3. Walker's getting a little bit of credit for kind of hanging in the game and just kind of giving them a little bit more there. But you're right, Oscar, I love your point. Washington, they didn't hit hard. They just put the ball in play. And the Phillies, they got this philosophy. You got to slug. There's just no manufacturing. And you saw the lineup. I mean, I tweeted it out after the game last night, but you have it up on the screen. 1 for 5, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, 0 for 5 with a strikeout, Bohm 0 for 4. I mean, collectively, you were 1 for 17 with 6 strikeouts, 7 strikeouts from the top of the lineup there. Your top 4 for the 4th straight game is giving you absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and we were 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position. We left 10 runners on base. Look, I told you yesterday, I've been saying it for a number of years. The way this lineup is structured, you depend too much on the long ball. I mean, our only 2 runs, Marchand. I mean, the 9th hitter on this team, I mean, he's the one that got a home run. That's the only way we were able to score runs. I mean, this team does not hit. I mean, the only game we won, we hit 2 home runs. And we won 5-2, 5-3 that first game. But, I mean, other than that, if this team doesn't hit home runs, it's in trouble.
Well, here's the other issue, too. You're down 2-0, 3-0, 4-0 before you even blink half the time. And they got off to a slow start again. And, I'm glad you mentioned Marchand Oscar at the bottom of the lineup. Look at the bottom of the lineup. Otto Kemp had 1 hit, but really he could have had 2. He had a nice hit midway through the game that went to right field. I thought he was – Brandon Marsh, 2 hits again. and look, we could question his center field play all we want. Justin Crawford probably makes a play or two out there that Brandon Marsh doesn't make. But if you're looking at run production or anything from the bottom of the lineup, you're getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and, you talk about the fact that sloppy defense last night. You're down 4-0, and here's a team that I feel like is already feeling the pressure. Like, this is a team that knows that everybody thinks we're running it back. We're bringing the same team back. We haven't made any changes to it, and now you lose 2 out of 3 in your first series, guys, and now you're down 4-0 in the very next. Before you blink and get to bat, you're down 4-0. That makes the bat a little tighter, that you're trying to score all 4 of those runs back right away. And I think that's the result of all these guys struggling, is because they're down 4-0 right off the bat. And the tension of, all right, now they're down 5-0, then 6-7-0. And all those at-bats just get magnified. And the tension of this team being down that quickly, I think, is what you're seeing at the plate, where they just have no consistency at the plate because they're trying to get it all back in one at-bat.
And we spoke in the beginning, and we speak it again. I mean, the importance of making contact. I mean, look, 2 strikeouts by Turner, Schwarber with 2 strikeouts, Harper with 1. I mean, look, those what happens when you have those runners on base. If you don't make contact, you cannot either advance them or bring them home, and it's a problem. And the other thing yesterday, and I think Tim Kelly brought it with on Patterson. I mean, the defense by Brandon March in center field. I mean, there were a couple of balls there that dropped. I mean, that Crawford with his speed, he could have gotten a lot closer to making catches there. So why are we? I mean, look, I know Crawford. I mean, in the beginning, it's been 3 games for him. Has been a little bit up and down with him in terms of his at-bats. Look, that's the reality. Patience. We're going to call patient with both. I mean, Crawford and Painter, we need to have patience. I mean, when you look at Taijuan Walker, I'm not going to be as patient with him. I mean, and the reality, man, we know. I mean, we've been. I mean, Taijuan, it's a 5th starter. It's not even a 5th starter. It's like a backup starter at best. I mean, that's who Taijuan Walker is. I mean, that meatball in the middle of the plate, that 91 miles an hour that he throws right now, between 89 and 91 miles an hour, it's like batting practice for a lot of his hitters. So that's a problem.
Well,
we have to play this game too, guys. Who's available in this bullpen tonight? Look at all the guys that threw last night. Bowen gave up 2 runs. Mesa pitched 2 innings. He won't be available. Alvarado, who knows if he's available? He could barely get it out. Dylan Moore pitched last night because you had to save guys. Like, you have to get a lead tonight early so you can go to Keller and go to Duran, and hopefully Painter can give you 5 or 6. I know we'll get the Painter in a bit, but I was just looking at their bullpen. It's I already feel it's taxed, and we're 4 games in.
Yeah.
Well,
the other one is Keller. The other one, the only one that has pitched 1 game. Sorry,
Oscar, you make a good point about Walker in that, hey, listen, he's making $18 million, and what's his role if Wheeler's ready to come back and Painter is the guy they keep? Walker essentially becomes an $18 million albatross. There's just no role for him. He's not a guy in the bullpen. He has not performed well in that role. He's kind of like a spot starter for you, making $18 million, and that is a hole that this team has just really had lingering over them over the last couple of years. And when he gives you that kind of outing there, that's tough to deal with. When you have a guy that, you're begging him to stay through 4 2/3 just so you can save the bullpen, as Jeff said, that puts a lot of pressure on Andrew Painter in his debut now to throw a gem. He's got to try to save this bullpen in a game like this today. Not to mention, if he comes out and gives up a run in the first inning, let's say, because he's got a little jittery and he walks a guy and that guy comes around, and now you're down 1-0, you're right back behind the 8 ball again.
Yep, that's the reality. I mean, look at the things where we are right now. So we're 2 games behind. That's not the biggest story. I mean, it's early. I wouldn't worry too much about the standings, but take a look at how many runs we're scoring, how many loans each in our division are being allowed by each of our opponents, and then where are we at right now in the differential? And our dear friend Roger McNamee mentioned that 11 of the minus 15 came in yesterday, which is true. I mean, that's kind of the reality of things. But look, we're scoring 3.5 runs per game, and we're allowing 7.3. I mean, that is ridiculous. You need to score more than 4 runs, and you need to allow less than 4 runs per game. Look where the Mets are, 5.5 and 3.8. It's the ideal world. I mean, and where the Nationals are, I mean, after beating us yesterday, 7.8 runs per game, they're allowing 4.8. We know their pitching is not that strong, so that makes sense. But the Braves, 1.4 runs per game, they're allowing. So and they're scoring 4.3, and then you get 3.5 from the Marlins and 4 on the Marlins allowing runs. So look, it's very, very early, but there's some concerning signs regarding what this lineup is, and particularly the back of our pitching staff with Taiwan there is very, very concerning. Here's where our hitting is.
This is what I have a question about. Do we change the top of the lineup, like just because these guys aren't hitting right now? Do we just change it?
I mean, the question is what? You put Stott didn't play yesterday, so you put him up. I mean,
No. I mean, you flip flop Harper and Schwarber, or
we said it about it yesterday. We talked about it yesterday. I do believe Harper should be the second hitter in this team, and see what happens. I mean, what's wrong with doing it? At least trying something different, or what Mike said about maybe bringing Baum and hitting Baum. I mean, third, and then bringing Harper up. Just move things around for the. This team needs to wake up. I mean, look at the strikeouts. They're beginning to mount on the right hand side. Turner with that big swing. I mean, five strikeouts. Schwarber with 8, and 5 for Garcia and Realmuto. Garcia got a couple of hits yesterday on a double, so that's a little bit of a sign. He's hitting the ball. It's just he chases a little bit more than I wanted to.
I know, very unpopular opinion. And listen, I'm not saying that Turner was awful. He had he 5th in the MVP voting last year, by the way, which I was shocked to see. I just don't know what kind of impact Turner makes. Like when he comes to the plate, does anybody say, all right, Turner's up, here we go? Like, there just doesn't feel anything impactful there. I don't know where you move him in the order. Do you move him back to 2? I think a lot of people would like to see Harper lead off, but he seems hesitant at doing that. How about Harper? We talked about maybe him 2, Schwarber behind him. Maybe that gets Harper some more pitches. But I think this Turner, Schwarber, Harper, I think these teams have really scouted and figured out ways to kind of get around them. And then you got Bohm as the protector, as I talked about on yesterday's show. I would try to get Bohm in either the 3 or the 2 hole, get him some protection, and maybe that gets him going. And then you're hoping that your $200-300 million guys start hitting on their own. You know, sometimes, hey, guys, you got to figure out a way to grind out an at-bat and get yourself going, and Harper's not doing that right now. Schwarber's not doing it either, by the way. He's not absolved. 8 strikeouts. Look at the number to the far right that you have up there, Oscar. 8 strikeouts for Schwarber already, but he kind of gets absolved sometimes because he hits the Schwarber bomb, and that's what we remember.
And by the way, this is the guy you paid $30 million a year to be your DH, so this is it, right? Turner, you what are we in year 4 of the 11-year deal? Harper, we're in year 8.
Yeah.
This is what it is. Everybody gets mad at the little run it back thing, but you wanted these contracts. You wanted these guys signed. What did you want them to do? Where did you want them to change this lineup around? Stott didn't deserve to lose his job. Alec Bohm, you tried to move and you tried to sign Bo Bichetti and want to come here. You know, it's Brandon Marsh. He was fine last year. JT,
guys,
go ahead, Oscar.
Yeah. I mean, the reality, 96 wins, guys. I mean, this team got us 96 wins last year.
But
you
know what they'll tell you? They got worse every year because they are not watching.
And they're older. And I'll buy you the point that they're older. And when they get older, they cannot read the pitches as fast. I mean, and all that. But the reality is that this team is going to hit. It's just very streaky. It's a very, very streaky team. And there's a lot of pressure on Soper. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys this question. I'm watching that game last night. It's a pitcher that no one's really ever heard of before, right? I mean, he was pitching in Japan last year. Yeah. Right, Foster Griffin pitching in Japan last year. He was a high prospect at one point. When I watched him last night, it felt like the young, travel ball team that faced the old man wooden bat league team. And the young guys are dazzling and spin and off-speeding you to death. And the old guys are like, man, these young kids are really good. It just seems like at what point does the Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto, their age all declining, all happen at the same time.
This is where I will side with the fans on this, because last year they were old, right? Turner's what, 32? Schwarber's 30, 32, 33. I got to look all this up now. Harper's 32. I mean, look, JT's 35. That's your core. That is an old core. Like, this is why teams don't necessarily keep a lot of these guys for this long, the same core for this long, but it's hard to argue when the pitching gets better every year and you're winning more games. Like, they're the only team, I think, since like the 1890s to improve their win total for 7 straight years. And we're not counting the COVID year, obviously.
And I think the other thing is, where's Stott, where's Baum, where's March? I mean, the development of those guys, I mean, they're to me, March cannot hit lefties, but he can hit righties very, very well. This team is now 1-0 against the righty, which was Eovaldi, a very good pitcher, by the way. And then we're 0-3 against left-handed pitching. I mean, 2 of them are nobodies. I mean, or they haven't pitched in baseball in years. I mean, the guy that replaced DeGrom on the first game of the second game of the Texas series, and then the guy yesterday. I mean, nobody have heard of those guys, and we're getting to the 5th inning, and we haven't gotten even a hit. I mean, a base hit. So look, this team is gonna slug. We know that. I mean, last year we were like 14th in home runs in the first half of the year, and then we were second in the second half. So there's no doubt in my mind that this team is going to hit. It is getting older. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we cannot, Klose. And the question is, can the Crawfords of this world, can the Adam Millers of this world can come in and help kind of open the window again? I mean, we got Garcia.
Well, Adam Miller's got to swing a bat first.
Yeah, well, that's a different point for a different day. But look, we started it slow. I mean, this is not going to go, and I'll go through quickly over kind of the stats a little bit. I mean, things are ugly. We're 18th in baseball in run scores per game, 27th in hitting. Again, it's only 4 games in batting average. OPS is 26. We're 7th against right-handed and 23 against left-handed pitching. Chase rate improved from yesterday. We're 19th both in chase rate and whiff. And then we're 20th in strikeout and 15th in base on balls. So look, it's early. We're struggling offensively and pitching, and our pitching is not even, better. Taiwan.
Oscar, the OPS against left-hand, I'm glad you pointed that up, because that was the one I was concerned about. The OPS versus left-hander, look, 435 is just abysmal. I don't care if it's 4 games.
It's abysmal. It's abysmal.
And by the way, like you said, they played 3 games against lefties, essentially. Yep. And do we even know who's going for Washington yet? I know tonight's a bullpen game.
It's a righty.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe they'll hit.
Yeah, I thought it was Littell. I
thought so. That was the plan, that Littell was going to be the first guy coming out, but they changed it. So maybe they want to do it.
It's a lefty.
It's a lefty. Cool. That's what they're doing. They're doing it. I thought he was going to be Littell, but it's going to be Poling. Poling is going to be it's a left-handed. Hey, bullpen. We're going to get a diet of bullpen of lefties throughout this entire season. Guarantee you that.
Yeah. By the way, 5 for 33 with runners in scoring position. And I guess the question is, you get a lot of those at bats from your top of the order guys, because your bottom of the order guys have gotten on base. They've done a good job. So that 5 for 33, it's not like Trey Turner's getting stranded or Schwarber's getting stranded or Harper's getting stranded. It's the bottom of the order guys that are getting stranded by those guys at the top of the order.
Kemp is getting stranded. Brandon Marsh is getting stranded. Rafael Marchand. Yeah, it's Justin Crawford. You're right. It's those guys, and that's what's hurting this offense right now. It's if you want to say it's the same thing as last year's postseason, this is where I'll agree with you. The big 3, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper, need to deliver.
Well, here's the big thing, guys. Where's the line between it's a slow start and JT's 35, Harper's 33, Turner's 33, Schwarber's 33, and these guys are starting to hit a little bit of a decline. And what does a little bit of a decline mean to this order? I don't know.
I think we're kind of seeing it with Harper now, don't you?
Look, I'll wait a month, guys. Let's
I'm with you, Oscar. I'm waiting a month with you. I'm waiting a month.
With you too.
Let's wait a month. Yep. Let's wait a month.
But
let's.
But again, I think we kind of saw that with Harper last year. That's where I was going with that.
Here's my biggest concern. This is the easiest part of the schedule. I was hoping that we start fast, because this is the easier part of the schedule. I mean, things are going to get. I mean, we're playing Colorado. I mean, we're playing the Nationals now. Then we're playing Colorado. We're going to San Francisco. I think San Francisco finally score a run. I mean,
but they got their own problems. Like they're already crucifying their manager.
Yeah,
last night. I watched that game last night. It was funny. Castellanos had a pop-up debater, and I said, man, Castellanos pops up debater with Walker Buehler on the mound last night. But San Francisco.
Bader had a home run last night, by the way.
Bader got a home run, yeah, he did.
And I thought to myself, and Oscar, you brought this up earlier. Listen, Brandon Marsh is a left fielder. He is not a major league center fielder. Can you play him out there for a day? But to put him out there with your pitcher who's not your top of the rotation, you need everybody out there to try to help that guy out. And you put Marsh in center field, and he's not helping things when your pitcher is struggling to help you get out of innings.
Boy,
they have got to come up with a better option if they need a backup center fielder for a day or two than playing Brandon Marsh out there.
That's where Johan Rojas' suspension just destroys
our friend Darwin's telling us to be positive. Okay, let's wait.
We are being positive, aren't we? I think we're being kind of positive here.
Hey, we all said we'll give him about a month, but I think this slow start is a fair thing to ask. Is this a perpetual possibility because of the ages?
Yeah, you want positivity? The 09 team not the 09 team, the 19 team that everybody loved when Harper came started 4-0 and they're going to win the World Series. Harper and JT and those guys, when they all came here, yeah, you know where they finished? 81-81. So that's why I don't take too much stock in the fourth. No,
and listen, I will say last night, obviously, Rob got fired. Not fired.
Boy, you were really pushing the Rob Thompson getting fired today.
Twice. You said it twice, Mike, already. Right. Unbelievable, man.
Rob got ejected in the game last night. And
he had a right to, by the way.
And as soon as he got ejected, everybody almost on my timeline was like, and I'm not a Thompson hater by any stretch of the imagination.
I love Rob Thompson.
I've always said this about major league managers, especially during the regular season. You know, a lot of these lineups, they're kind of built in. You know, the front office gets together. They say, hey, it's all analytics. You got a right-handed pitcher tonight? Here's the lineup. You got a left-handed pitcher tonight? Here's the lineup. The manager is a lot more impactful, I think, in a postseason game than he is during a regular season game.
I agree.
Yeah.
But as soon as Thompson got ejected last night, people were like celebrating that Don Mattingly was running the team last night, and everything went downhill after that. So I don't know that Don Mattingly's going to hit the magic button to get this team going.
Yeah, remember
either.
Don Mattingly managed the Marlins for a lot of years.
Yeah. So well, he managed the Dodgers too. He has a losing record in the postseason. That's the guy you want, right? That's the guy.
No, absolutely not.
Again, watch 30 teams, not one team.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, the reality, we're on a hitting slump. We're on a pitching slump. Take a look at our starting pitching ERA, 28th in baseball. Look, if we're anywhere here, we can just have a nice summer vacation with a 6.23 ERA by starting pitching. I mean, that's just...
Phillies Fastball will be the most negative show you've ever heard.
No, the nicest show. Come on, it's the nicest show.
All right.
If there's one stat, I know we need to move to Andrew Painter right now, but if there's one stat you have to follow the entire year, is the ERA or starting pitching. According to that number there is how our season is going to go. Guarantee you of that. So,
absolutely.
Most important one. Go for it, Mike.
I was going to say, let's look at tonight because I want to get everybody's thoughts on Painter. I've been very bullish on Painter. I think we're looking at a kid who's going to have an eye-popping season to where I hope anyway that they're going to have a major decision to make come playoff time on what to do with this guy. Is he going to be one of your top three? And if he's not one of your top 3 or 4, I don't know does he pitch in the bullpen come playoff time, but I think Painter's going to make a very tough decision. So I am very bullish on Painter, who's obviously been a top prospect, but if you look at his numbers, last year at AAA, they were not very good, and I think that's what has tapered the expectations for some. But I'm here on Phillies Fastball today, guys, saying I think Painter will have a very good season.
I think he will too, because the command looks back. I mean, that's just what I've evaluated through spring training. And again, I think he needs to get through the night, especially the first inning or two or the first time through the lineup, kind of get the nerves out of his way. Because look, this is the most hyped debut for a Phillies pitching prospect since probably Aaron Nola. Wouldn't we agree?
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% with that. Look, I think Painter is going to have a good season. I think we need to be patient with him. We know the talent is there. It's just a matter. Remember, this guy needs to get his feet wet. I mean, this is not easy. I mean, his profile. Look at the grades. A fastball of 70 on an 80 scale is a tremendous. He has one of the best. He's going to have one of the best fastballs in our staff. I mean, look at the slider. Tremendous slider. His control, his command is going to be the key in the beginning of the year. He needs to be able to move the ball around. So I just need us to be patient with this guy. This guy's going to be our 5th starter throughout the entire year, in my opinion. I think he might have maybe a 4+ ERA in the beginning. He's going to allow a number of home runs. He allowed 18 home runs last year. But this guy has the talent to be an elite pitcher. This guy has Wheeler type of talent all over him. We just need to be patient. I mean,
and he's 22 years old
through this process.
By the way, Zach Wheeler didn't start off too well either in his career.
Exactly.
And look what he became.
We just need to be patient.
Wheeler obviously struggled with the Mets, and when he came over here, nobody thought he was going to become the pitcher that he has become in Philadelphia. Painter, by the way, I don't know that you can handpick a better lineup to face for your opening day. I mean, the Washington Nationals filled with guys that no one's ever heard of before, and so this should help.
The Colorado Rockies. How about that? The Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, probably. By the way, his spring, for those of you out there, Painter, 4 games, a 2.31 ERA, a 0.77 whip, which is phenomenal. That's Cy Young material there. And I think the big number there, in 11 innings, he did have the 8 strikeouts, but just the 2 walks. So command was his issue last year. He had 46 walks last year in 116 innings, but we'll see. 1.5 whip last year. That was a big downfall for Andrew Painter. So the Phils take on the Nationals tonight, coming off a 13-2 loss. Kind of feels like a game they need early. Like, well, dropping to 1-4 at home, by the way. A 6-game home streak to start the season, going 1-4 to kick things off. Not the way you want to start their season.
This is a team that had a 650 win percentage at home last year. Yeah, I think you got to win this one tonight.
Yeah, and particularly, I mean, look at his command. Look at where, I mean, one thing that I always, when I look at pitchers, and particularly somebody young like Painter, take a look where the mid of Realmuto is and how he hits the zone. I mean, it's going to be very, very important that he hits the zone in the very beginning, and having a couple of good innings is going to go a long way into getting this guy the confidence that he needs as he start his major league career. MLB debut for Andrew Painter.
That is tonight. Jeff Kerr, Oscar Budajin right there. Of course, we're back tomorrow with another edition of Phillies Fastball. We'll recap this one and get you ready for the Wednesday matchup where we'll turn the rotation back to Christopher Sanchez. We'll be all over that every day at noon right here on all the social media platforms. Make sure you like and share and subscribe to everything out there for Phillies Fastball. For Oscar and Jeff, I'm Mike Gill. All right, our Phillies Fastball segment, we'll do it each day. A little roundtable of Phillies conversation, the Phillies Fastball with Jeff and Oscar. Oscar, the play-by-play voice in Spanish for the Phillies, so he knows the team really, really well. He caught a lot of the stuff. He also really good baseball guy, does a podcast with Carlos Baerga. So we'll get a lot of good roundtable Phillies discussion on the Phillies Fastball segment right here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, Flyers, big one tonight. Porter Martone makes his debut. What can you expect? Our Flyers insider Kevin Durso is back with what we learned from today's morning skate. Stick around. That's next. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Flyers and Capitals tonight. Listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. We've got Porter Martone making his debut tonight. We'll hear more about it in just a moment with Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Branch's outreach, the mission is to provide food, clothing, and personal care and compassionate support to individuals and families experiencing homelessness in Cape May County. In the past year, the Branch's outreach welcomed over 10,000 guests into the outreach center, and you can help out. They could use your help. It's privately funded through donations from people like Sports Bass listeners. Your support is needed year-round. They'll accept donations of food and personal care items during the week from 9 a.m. to 1:30. Branch's Outreach is in Rio Grande. On Facebook at The Branch's Outreach. Check them out for more information over there. Flyers tonight, 97.3 ESPN. Porter Martone, the number 6 overall pick, makes his Flyers debut tonight in Washington against the Capitals. Yesterday, we told you that he would be making his debut most likely tonight. Now we know for certain he is making his debut tonight. The question is, how prevalent will he be? Let's go to Kevin Durso for the update. Yesterday, Kevin, when we spoke to you at this time, we didn't have a lot of information. We just kind of knew that he was going to be there with the team. Didn't know in what capacity. He was at the morning skate today. What do we now know about how Porter Martone might be used?
Yeah, so Porter Martone's going to be on a line with Travis Konechny and Christian Dvorak, as we expected yesterday. The difference between what I told you yesterday and what we now know today is it's not Carl Grundstrom coming out of the lineup. It's Alex Bump coming out of the lineup tonight. So that's the one change. That's the player who is sitting. It doesn't sound like Bump's going to be out for a long period of time. This sounds like maybe even a one-off, and they'll try somebody else later. But for now, Grundstrom's got previous playoff experience. He's a veteran, so that's why he kind of takes precedent there. And then Martone was also featured on the top power play unit, so you'll see him get some power play time as well.
Are you surprised at where they're slotting him in right off the bat here? The fact that he's playing with Dvorak, a veteran player, Konechny, another player who obviously has been here for a while. Are you surprised? It feels like they're giving him a pretty high-profile spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised though. He seems like last season after he finished playing and before he was drafted, he went to World Championships and played with NHL players. Konechny was actually on that Team Canada roster in World Championships. So he's played with guys before like that. So it's not a surprise in that sense. It's not a surprise that, given his freshman season at Michigan State, that he would get a chance to play with top-end players right away. It's not a surprise he's being thrown in on the power play. And I think there's something to playing with Konechny and Dvorak being veterans that shelters him a little bit in his first game. You're not throwing him out there alongside of a couple of younger guys or trying to put him out there with somebody, Trevor Zegers is playing center, for example, but you're not trying to put him out there with a guy who's kind of experimenting at the position. You give him probably your most stable center and one of your most veteran wingers to put him alongside, and that helps keep him protected a little bit for his first game.
So he goes out there with Dvorak and Konechny right off the bat here. Do you anticipate that he is out there on a power play, which all of a sudden is starting to turn around a little bit here? I mean, you saw a little glimmer of life from historically one of the worst power plays over the last 5 years. Do you anticipate that he will get some looks on that opportunities if one comes up tonight?
Absolutely. He was on the top unit to begin with at morning skate, so he'll definitely get a look. What I'm curious about, and I don't know if there's anything concrete about where specifically he's going to play on that power play just yet, because he's got a shot that works from the flank. He's got the ability to play net front as well. So I'm curious to see how they utilize him, because he could be used in a couple of different ways, and it would be interesting to see what element he brings to that power play that has started to experience some of that success over the last handful of games.
Crazy. By the way, Zegras, Tippett, Barkey is the top line. Konechny, Dvorak, Martone. Looks like two, Grundstrom, Cates, and Michkov. That third line, Couturier, Hathaway, and Glending is the fourth line there. So obviously they're putting him into a pretty big spot here. So the plan for him essentially is, hey, we're in a playoff chase, and now you're a pretty important part of this playoff chase. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean they're making it clear that he's going to be a key part of this team, and I love the idea of doing it too because it shows that you're taking him and trying to insert him into something that you feel he's ready for right out of the gate. That's impressive. He's coming. It's not like he's coming into this having played his last game that was completely meaningless at the end of a season. In juniors or something like that. He was just in the NCAA tournament, so you lose a game there. You're playing for it's win or go home situation there. So you lose that game and you come right into a situation where instead of just trying to get some valuable experience, they're putting you in and giving you a shot to play in very meaningful games immediately. And I think that's a great learning curve for him. And just as it is for everybody else who's going through it for the first time right now, all these other rookies that are part of the team, it just happens that for Martone, it falls on his NHL debut.
How important is this game tonight? We talked about them getting back into this mix against the Capitals. Let's talk a little bit about the game and what's at stake.
Yeah, it's still important. It's still incredibly important. And, it's interesting because yesterday there was one game that had any kind of meaning from scoreboard watching. It was the Penguins playing the Islanders. Pittsburgh won that game 8-3, which was the desired result. You needed somebody in that game to win in regulation. That happened. And really for me, that result, because the Islanders are the team that lost in regulation, now highlights Friday that much more. But you can't focus and put a lot of attention on Friday and significance on Friday until you get through the road that gets there. So the Flyers need to take this game and keep the line moving to make the next two that already seem to hold a lot of meaning, hold even more meaning in the playoff race. They need to keep the line moving. This is a chance, for me, this is a chance to put a team like Washington away. They're pretty much holding on for dear life to be in that playoff picture. You win this game, especially in regulation, I think you just about put them away, and that's it for them. And then you focus in on the other teams, which are at the, Detroit, you might still be tied with them. You might be ahead of them by the end of the night. And the Islanders, you could be right there with too when that matchup comes up. So you just want to see where you stack up going in. And that could be a series of huge matchups coming up, but really doesn't carry as much meaning unless you take care of business tonight.
Got to take care of business right in this one. As Kevin mentioned, by the way, Carolina, Pittsburgh, New York, the Islanders, they are at 89 points. Columbus and Philadelphia are next. Columbus with 88, Philadelphia with 86. But the Islanders do have 2 extra games already. So Philadelphia is 2 back in the game column there. So that's a good sign. And then the wild card, they find themselves right now behind just Columbus is the leader at 88. They are tied with Ottawa and Detroit at 86 points. They are 3 points ahead of Washington. So this is a big game for the Caps if they even want to think about getting back in. And, of course, Philadelphia if they want to stay involved here. Porter Martone, the 6th pick in the draft last year. What kind of player do we anticipate here?
Well, he's a big player. His size is noticeable right away. He has a bit of a grit to his game as well. Like he's able to go to those spaces. He's not afraid to get physical with other players as well. So he doesn't shy away from that part of it. So he's kind of built already for what you would expect from playoff style games, that he can handle that. But he's got a great offensive skill set. And I think that's the thing that's going to jump out to people when you watch him. He's very calculated with his puck decisions. He's able to, he utilizes vision to set people up, but he's got a great shot as well. And that's why I can't wait to see what he does on a power play, for example, because he's got a shot that works from, say, typically the spot where we would see on the other side, Alex Ovechkin. He's got a shot that works from that spot, but he's also been great at net front. He's able to do, get rebounds. He's able to do all of that and kind of get in the way of the goalie with his size. So he's got all the offensive chops that you would want to be inserted. And that's kind of why, my hope for him tonight, and Rick Tocchet said something fairly similar. Play free, kind of just play. You know what to do out there for the most part. They're not going to try to feed him too much information. Just go play your game, play your style, and it should translate, at least from the offensive side. It should be able to translate, and that's what we're curious about, is to seeing how much he can contribute right out of the gate, because he had the chops in college. He gets to college as a freshman. You're thinking, here's this 19-year-old kid who knows what to expect. His first year in college, 25 goals, 50 points in 35 games. That's an outstanding freshman season. And now he gets to try to see what he can do at the NHL level.
Would you say he's a bigger prospect than what Michkov was?
That's interesting. I think Michkov came in with more with more gravitas because of he was projected to be a top 5 pick right out of the gate and slipped to 7 mainly because of the situation that he was in, the idea that maybe he would go through 3 years, and the Flyers were just they just happened to be able to speed up that process and get him sooner. But Martone, I think, came in a draft class that didn't have a lot of players that I think were standouts. Like there was already a drop off from Matthew Schaefer to the rest of the group a little bit. But Martone kind of came in as a close to NHL ready prospect to begin with, and credit to him for what he did coming in, because there was no guarantee. He could have tried to see if he could make this team out of camp and go back to play juniors if it didn't work out, and instead he chose college, which took him out of play for a roster spot at the start of the season from the beginning. And he calls it the best decision he ever made. It seems like everything it sounds like the habit building that was done, the work ethic to have to practice more often in college. It seems like all of that has made him even more ready for this opportunity, because it's more of a schedule that kind of aligns. It's less about the games played. It's more about actually working on those habits that stick at an NHL level, the little things that most people, don't show up on a score sheet, but people love to talk about in hockey circles. So that's what makes him seem like he's ready for this. And it's still a highly touted prospect. Don't get me wrong. When you start talking about a guy who's captain the World Junior team for Team Canada and all of that, he has the resume for it. I don't know if it's quite as big as Michkov was, because Michkov really came in with a lot of hype, but there's plenty of hype there, especially after you've seen the body of work so far from what he's done this past year.
Kevin Durso, the Flyers, huge game tonight with the Caps, and they will have a little extra. Porter Martone makes his debut. You'll have Painter on one screen, Martone on the other. 2 huge Philadelphia prospects making their debuts tonight. And, of course, you can listen to the Flyers and the Capitals right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Kevin, appreciate it, man.
You got it. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Kevin Durso, who shares that information with us there as Porter Martone makes his Flyers debut, his NHL debut tonight. You can listen to all the action. Tim Saunders, Todd Fedoruk call all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. You're home for Flyers hockey. Speaking of the Fly Guys tonight and then again on Friday, the Friday night game, Thursday, and then again on Friday. The Thursday night game will be on 97.3 ESPN. The Friday night game, that will be on our sister station, Rock 104.1. You can listen to Flyers hockey on the 97.3 ESPN and the Rock 104.1 mobile app. If the game's on Rock 104, you can listen on the Rock 104.1 app. If the game's on 97.3, you can listen on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. When we come back, we'll update the poll question. Who are you more excited about tonight? Porter Martone or Andrew Painter? We'll take one last look at the poll question coming up next. All right, last look at the poll question. At Mike Gill Show, you can vote every day. Let's check it out. More excited for it tonight. Painter or Martone? Who'd you vote for?
So I went Martone just because of the fact that I never expected him to be up here. And the Flyers probably only have about 9 games left.
I went Painter, but it's 63% Porter Martone, 36% Andrew Painter.
I think
I've been hearing about Painter for 3 years.
I know. You're a big Painter guy.
I'm a big pitcher guy, too.
That's true.
You know? Wonder if our boy Berardis is all jacked up tonight.
I have no idea. He won't text me back.
Wow. What's going on there?
Well, I did a little trash talking because I'm in the finals of the Fantasy Hockey Championship, and all those guys who tried to.
So he's a little sensitive.
Well, they all bleep talk to me.
Wow.
I kept quiet. I put my nose to the grindstone. 6 months in, I'm in the championship game. None of them are.
Wow.
And now none of them will talk to me.
He's a big fly guy.
I know.
So he's got to be more interested in that tonight.
I would think so.
Yeah. I'll go, well, Phillies start things off because they got the 6:40 start.
See, that's the thing. You got to go Phillies first because they're up first.
No doubt. So I go Painter. I will flip over, though. It's got me intrigued enough that I will do the flippy.
You do Billy Schweim.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, like last night, I went Phillies because they started first. It was 4-0. I went to Sixers. Halftime, went back to the Phillies. It was 7-0.
It'd be nice if you get that multi-view.
I got the well, they don't give you the multi-view for local games.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That'd be nice if you could just pick your own multi-view.
Gotcha. Painter, though, I'm in for Painter tonight. I'm going, see, I don't know how many pitchers to let him go, but I'm going 6 innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, 1 run.
And the Phillies will still lose?
1-0. No. They're facing an opener tonight who's pitching like an inning or something like that. We'll see. He is left-handed, though. I'm back again tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the Phillies Fastball, new segment we're going to do each day, a little Phillies roundtable. Have a great night, everybody.